Hey everyone, how are y'all? Simple Butterfly, how are you? Hey Emerald Queen and Werewolf Queen, how are y'all? Scott, happy birthday. Let's see. Marissa, do you know the name of the book? Dippity doo, how are you? Hey Jessica Lynn. Simple Butterfly, I'm doing good. Hey P Fox, how are you? Hey Chrome Crazy. Cool Gamer, how are you? It's good to see you as well. Hey Susan Brown, how are you? Hey Michelle, I'm doing good. How about yourself? Oh, Emerald Queen, I missed all of y'all too. I had to get up early this morning, so I decided to take the night off. Hey, Rum Runner, how are you? All right, so I'm gonna pin email to the top of the chat. Hey, Musical, Pickle Me Elmo, how are you? Tonka, how are you? Pickle Me Elmo, I'm doing good. Uh, Crying Crazy, that's fine. I got your email. Let's see. When the moon turns to blood. Hold on. Let me grab a thing. I want to write that down. Have you read it yet, Marissa? Hold on one second. I'm just going to put Vallow email book. Okay, Marissa, I've got it wrote down. Just watched a podcast about it. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can find it. It should be interesting. I never did watch the movie or docu series or whatever it was about them. Hey, Stone Gator, how are you? Well, Marissa, if you get it before I do, let me know how it is. But I'm for sure gonna try to find it. Hey, Jan, how are you? Get my chat pulled up here. Okay. All right, and I'm just waiting for everyone to come in while I'm getting all my stuff out of my email. Hmm, Okay. All right. One second, y'all. I'm just. Oh, Lord. Trying to get my stuff all together. I was running like super behind today. Let's see. The Goncalves family. If I can find where I did with it, they issued a statement. I believe it was yesterday. And I had it ready for last night. And then, like I said, I had to get up early. I didn't find that out till late yesterday afternoon. So I just decided to take the night off. So I saved it for tonight. It was a great article on Vanity Fair. Oh, Marissa, I saw that. I haven't got to finish reading it, though. I got where they were talking about Bryan, and there was a certain YouTuber that they were talking about. I kind of got to that part. Hey, Jim J, how are you? But I haven't got to finish reading the whole thing. Because, Vanity Fair, whenever they put something out, they literally put out a book. But so far what I've read on it was really good. Tree Baby, how are you? And there was something else. Hey, Cormac, how are you? There was something else I read too, but I can't remember what it was. I read it night before last after I got off the live, but I don't remember now what it was. But it had something to do uh, with the Kohberger case as well. That he put her. They did. Was there anything after her name, Marissa? Was there any other YouTubers' names in the article? She's like gave he was talking about traffic stops in Indiana. Someone must know something more. That must be told. Yes. Hey, American Princess, how are you? Okay, so there wasn't any other ones. I'm gonna have to finish reading it tonight, though. Like I said, when they put articles out, they don't just put an article; they put a whole book. And there was another one that they had did a couple weeks ago talking about the murder, and it was like a part one. And I haven't seen a part two come out since then. Hey, KR, how are you? Just how Bryan was afraid of her. Oh, yeah. He didn't want to say anything bad about her because he didn't want her coming to his house with a bullhorn. See, did you see that actor Robert Blake passed? Yes, musical. I seen somebody posted that on Twitter earlier today. They said he passed away from natural causes. Okay. Let me grab my first thing. I'm going to go ahead and read what the Goncalves family, the statement that they put out. Hey, Tracy, how are you? Oh my gosh. Dang thing doesn't want to stay on live chat tonight. Okay, let's get this pulled up here. It's not a very long statement, but at least we did get to hear something from them. Yeah, this pollen down here is killing me. Okay, and I don't know if y'all can see that, but I'm going to zoom it in as much as I can. Can everybody see this okay? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Hey, headphones, how are you? Okay, I just want to make sure y'all could see it okay. So it says the family wanted to make a brief statement to the media regarding some of the issues surrounding the case and wanted to let everyone know that all communications still need to come through my office, and I apologize if I've missed anyone's email. So it's coming from their attorney, Shannon Gray, but it is the Gonzalez's statement. So it says the Gonzalez family would first like to thank the media for the continued coverage of the case. It is important to keep this story alive and make sure that the stories of the four victims in this case are remembered. It is clear from the newly released memo by Judge Marshall in this matter that she does not believe that the gag or non-dissemination order applies to the victims' families. Only through the hard work of our attorney we were able to get the clarification that we needed. Our attorney, Mr. Gray, has been informed through a public filing, which was the notice regarding hearing date on motion to appeal, amend, and or clarify amended non-dissemination order, which uh, I read over to y'all. It says that Judge Marshall will not provide a hearing or address the other issues raised in the motion until the Idaho Supreme Court makes a decision in the Associated Press versus Second Judicial District of the State of Idaho, which is the County of Latah, Honorable Megan Marshall, and that docket number is 50482-2023. So they've still got that going on. The whole Associated Press thing, they didn't even go through the district court. They just went straight to the Idaho Supreme Court with. So she's going to wait until they make a decision on it. All right, so he says, with that being said, we are confident that once a decision is made in the above case, that Mr. Gray will once again be able to speak on our behalf. He will continue to address any concerns our family has while continuing to hold the investigators, prosecutor, and all parties accountable as the family supports the prosecution of Mr. Kohberger. We would like to thank everyone across the country and worldwide for their donations, gifts, support, and prayer. They have given us strength every day in this battle for justice. Finally, we firmly believe that it was the coverage by the media of the victims' families, numerous witnesses, and undeniable evidence that led to an arrest in the case. And at the bottom, it just says, "May God bless you." I just sent you an email that might help make sense of how bright the lights in the kids' house are. Okay, thank you, Emerald Queen. I'll go check it out real quick. So it wasn't much. Like I said, it's not a very long statement, but at least we were able to hear something from them. Because, we were so used to hearing Mr. Gonzalez come out and talk all the time, and then all of a sudden when this whole gag order and non-dissemination order come out, we didn't hear anything else from him. Okay, let me check this out real quick. Okay, so this is, I'm going to download this and show it. So this is sort of like the lights that they had behind their couch, right? Emerald Queen? Okay, let me get it downloaded real quick and then we'll pull it up. It's not the same color as what the girls had in their house in the living room, but it still might give a general idea of what or how bright that they possibly could be. I'm just curious if they left them on at night. Because if y'all remember some of the pictures that we saw where the couch is in the living room, that corner right there was like a sectional couch. And they had those, I guess they're light curtains or whatever the name for them was behind the couch. And all the pictures that we seen with those lights on, there was other lights in the house always on. So you really couldn't tell how bright they are. So if those lights were on the night that Dylan seen this person walking through the house, that could have been how she saw the whole bushy eyebrows and all that. Hey, Richard, how are you? What is the undeniable evidence putting rubbish into the Ziploc bags to discourage bears? Richard, do you think that that's the reason why he was doing it? Like putting his personal trash into those Ziploc bags? Hold on, y'all. I can hear Troll talking on the other side of the house. Hold on one second. Okay. See you. Okay. Happy Cactus. I don't think this is in the house. Emerald Queen. This isn't one of the pictures from inside the house, right? Hey, obsessed for Disneyland. How are you? Now with these, I would think that the clear lights that the girls had in the house. Hey, Vapor. How are you? Um, I would think the clear lights would probably be brighter than what these are, but these are pretty bright. So it kind of just gives, a general idea of how bright it possibly could have been in the house that night if the lights in the living room were still on. See, no, this, okay, so this is Emerald Queen's bedroom wall. White Widow Baby or Crime Crazy, can one of y'all drop Melissa Jade's channel link, please? And if y'all are not subbed up to Melissa Jade, y'all really should. She has some really good content. She has an awesome chat. Like everybody, I've been in there a couple of times, and everybody's just like the sweetest people ever. I like the lights. I'm just, like I said, I know they're colored. They're not the same color or whatever is what the girls had, but I think that what they had in the house would be brighter than this, and we can see how bright these are. So that could have been how Dylan saw the bushy eyebrows. Hey, Carrie, how are you? Melissa, you're very welcome. Let's see. Maybe BK is just an avid recycler in Washington. It's a must, or they don't take your garbage. Oh, see, I didn't know that, Marissa. That could have been it. He just might have been, putting certain, but would it make a difference if it was all going in plastic? Thank you, White Widow Baby. Carrie, I'm doing good, thank you. Wait, when was Carrie's birthday? I don't have Carrie's birthday wrote down. Carrie, when was your birthday? Thank you, Tree Baby. Y'all, I'm missing a birthday. Oh, it was yesterday. Hey, just me. How are you? Carrie, I'm sorry. How did y'all know that that was her birthday? How did I miss it? Hold on. I got everyone else's wrote down, so let me write down Carrie's real quick. And Carrie, happy belated birthday. Let's see. Yesterday was March the 8th. Okay. Yeah, I'm slacking. I thought I had everybody's birthdays wrote down. Maybe it's just because he's a quadruple murder and he was trying to conceal. Me and Troll were actually talking about that the other day because I remember somebody saying in chat the other night about something about Ziploc bags can destroy DNA or whatever. And Troll had read something that it can get rid of DNA quicker. And that's the reason why, like, whenever law enforcement goes into a place, whether it be a crime scene or just a search warrant or whatever, uh, and they bag evidence, it always goes into into like a cardboard box or a paper sack because the uh, the Ziploc bag or the plastic bag or whatever, it can rub up against it and can rub DNA, fingerprints, or whatever off of it. Guilty till proven innocent. How are you? Okay, and Stone Gator, thank you so much for that super chat. She said, "I miss you when you aren't here at night." I miss all of you guys too. But I had to take my aunt to the doctor today, and I didn't find out about it until late last night. And I knew I had to get up early, so I just basically crashed. And Carrie, you are very welcome, and I do apologize. If you gave me your birthday the other night, I might have missed it. So, KRS, what's still looping? I know they said something earlier about it, something looping, but I don't know what they were talking about. Hey, King Scarlet, how are you? And Emerald Queen, thank you so much for sending that to me. Like I said, it kind of gives it a better perspective of how bright it could be in there, because uh, every picture that we seen with those lights on that the girls had, there was always other lights on in the living room or in the house, so it was kind of hard to tell exactly how bright they were. All right, let me see. Did KR say what they were talking about? Obsessed for Disneyland. Did I say hi to you? If I didn't, I do apologize. Y'all being in the big city today just like done me in or something. I'm just completely slacking. And I did a thing today, y'all. I ate at McDonald's. Can y'all believe that? Maybe that was what's happened to me. I hate the city. City life sucks. Wait, what a baby. It's horrible. Michelle, I honestly didn't want to. I really didn't want to eat it. I really didn't. Me and my son, he went with us, and we both got a quarter pounder with cheese, and I pulled mine apart, and the damn thing was still bleeding. Literally, like they wouldn't just took the cow out the pasture and brought it in and slapped it on a bun. Mine and his both was, so I had to take it back and make them fix us another one. So if something happens to me, that's the reason. That's why I don't eat fast food. Keep it in the books, White Water Baby, because it'll be a long, long time before I do it again. The only reason why I did today is because I was hungry. See, Stone Gator, Bayou towns are like the best. I can promise y'all it won't happen again. And I got to take her back to Shreveport in a couple of weeks. I'm just going to have to eat before I go because I'm not doing it again. I moved from a mountaintop in the Smokies to Detroit. Oh well, Cormac. So you did a complete turnaround on where you used to live to where you do now. Yeah, Stone Gator. I would have much rather stayed with the Bayou town. Okay, y'all. So, have anybody heard about Zana's mama? Uh, she spoke out too from jail. She actually did a, I think it was Daily Mail. Let me check real quick. Let's see. Yes, she spoke with Daily Mail. Come back home to the Bayou. Oh, okay. Yeah, I would much rather live in the Bayou than I would the city. I can tell you. American Princess, she did. She spoke out from jail. I'm fixing to pull it up real quick. I mean, everybody's just like we went basically from all these leaks and all this information from these sources to now hearing from the Goncalves family and uh, Xana's mama. All right, let me grab this real quick and pull it up. But I will say, and I think that this article has the picture of her mama. She does look better. I will say that. She does look better than she did when we saw her talking to Ashley Banfield. Y'all remember how bad she looked and everything? So, she talks about in it, going through withdrawals and all that. Okay. And I may have to move this around. Hold on. Let me move some stuff around so I can uh, zoom this out some. Okay. All right, so it says at the top, exclusive, it's the worst place to be when you're going through something like this. A mom of Idaho victim Zana is languishing in jail on drug charges and suffering from withdrawal after daughter's brutal murder triggered her relapse. She really does. I mean, she still is skinny dippity doo, but she looks better than what she did. And I even saw a picture of her. Um, I don't know exactly how long ago. She was a very pretty woman. Let's see, if you ever get a chance to come to my neck of the woods, I insist on giving you and Troll a homemade batch of brownie. Okay, Emerald Queen, thank you. You're not that far from me. A couple of hours, but I may just have to make a trip for homemade brownies, y'all. Okay, so it says, and this is kind of a long read, but I'll try to get through it as quick as I can. And this one also came out yesterday that I had sitting back for y'all. I was going to read it to y'all last night, but I saved it for tonight. So it says the mother of a University of Idaho mass murder victim, Zana Kernodle, is locked up in jail on drug charges, having spiraled into a relapse following her daughter's killing in November. Kara Northington is now struggling to stay sober with no contact from her two surviving children. And this is what she has revealed to dailymail.com. It's the latest in a series of tragic events for the troubled 43-year-old who is being held in Kootenai County Jail in Coeur d'Alene, 66 miles from where the 20-year-old Zana, her boyfriend, and two housemates were, and I hate when they say slaughtered, where they were murdered on November the 13th. She has been in custody on drug charges since February 24th after spending 3 weeks locked up 30 miles west in Spokane, Washington, where she had been staying in a ratty motel strung out on fentanyl and methamphetamines. See how much better she looks? This is when they moved her from Washington to Kootenai County. So she's gained not like a whole lot of weight, but she's put some weight on since we last seen her on Banfield. Okay. All right, and this is just her arresting where they took her February the 24th and all that. Kootenai County got her and everything. Okay. All right. So it says Northington is now confined to a cell with 3 other inmates on bunk beds at the facility where she only has daytime access to a TV, often airing news about the savage killings, all while she undergoes a drug withdrawals. Okay. Let's see. Her career is puzzled. She doesn't look. She really does look better, Marissa. Hopefully, she says in the article that she needs help. So hopefully she will. She'll be able to get it. All right, so she says it's a fucking nightmare. The grieving mother cried during an exclusive phone interview with DailyMail.com from behind bars. It's a living nightmare. Hey, Judy, how are you? At night, she says she can barely sleep as she replays the massacre in her mind and wrestles with personal demons. Her time behind bars has also forced her to go through a painstaking withdrawal, with staff providing her with nothing more than ibuprofen and Gatorade to soldier through. I can't imagine what she's going through, honestly. It just, and I've said this 1,000 times. The addiction is bad enough. Whenever you have the addiction, and then on top of it, you have all these legal issues, and then you have your daughter gets murdered. It can't be good for her. See, I can't imagine what she's going through. Already struggling. Yes, Melissa. I mean, I know she's got to pay for, her legal stuff. Like she's got to get all that taken care of. But I feel sorry for her. Well, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I know she's old enough to know better and this and that, but I can't imagine as a mother of someone who is her daughter's age. Like I said, my daughter's only 3 days younger than Ethan and his brother and sister. So I can't imagine what she's going through on top of an addiction and legal problems. Okay, so she said that that's all they'll give her, talking about the ibuprofen and the Gatorade. She said it was awful, absolutely terrible on top of everything else. The ordeal has left Northington to face her dark, a new reality sober. But she noted that the one thing that keeps her going is not wanting to disappoint Zana and her two surviving children, a daughter, Jasmine, 22, and teenage son, Elijah. They are my strength, she said. It's one thing to lose a child, but when you still have two really great children, you have to pull it together for them. So at least she is realizing that as well, that she needs to be there for the other two. So Northington has struggled with drug abuse throughout her adult life and suffered the consequences, repeatedly arrested and jailed while alienating her own family. She and Xana's father, Jeff Kernodle, divorced in 2005. But she told the DailyMail.com that she was clean before the attack, working as a waitress and striving to make a fresh inroads with her children. See, and there's the pictures I was talking about. She was very pretty. Hey, Kim, how are you? And I don't know when these are from, but she reminds me of Zana. Like Zana looked a lot like her. See, I'm honestly impressed she is still alive going through all of this. Vapor, I am too. That alone should show her she is strong enough to make it through. Yeah. Hopefully, she realizes that. Uh, they always say that for an addict, the first thing that they have to do is admit that they have a problem, and if they want help, they'll get help. But they'll only get it if they truly want it. So she's saying she wants it. She knows that she needs it. So hopefully she goes through with it. Okay, let me go down. Okay, so it says she was planning to meet Zana for lunch in late October, but she said that she had to postpone because she had a court hearing that ran late. And Zana and her boyfriend Ethan Chapin and housemates Madison Mogan and Kaylee Goncalves, both 21. I hate whenever I can't with these words that they use in here. Um, were murdered in their off-campus rental home during the pre-dawn hours of November 13th. She was a light in this world, Northington told DailyMail.com. She was just so funny, she could make everyone laugh. You send your kids to good schools and you think that they're going to be safe there. You don't ever think that they're going to be murdered. You never think that that's going to happen to you, she added. I relapsed after my daughter's killings. Then 4 days after that, I got picked up on new charges. At Happy Cactus, Xana looks a lot like her, for sure. She's very pretty, before she got on all the drugs. So that was on November the 19th when police in Kootenai County charged Northington with 2 counts of felony drug possession. Out of mercy, authorities released her so that she could attend a memorial for her daughter on November the 2nd at Real Life Ministries in Post Fall. She said that they let me out because of what happened so I can attend her funeral and everything, she said. And then I didn't go to my next court date because I was still getting high. Soon after, a warrant was issued for Kara's arrest, and she went off grid in Spokane, but still couldn't escape news. The University of Idaho massacre had become a national true crime obsession and the subject of nonstop media coverage. Police arrested Bryan Kohberger, a PhD student in criminology at nearby Washington State, in Pullman on December the 30th, a revelation that was particularly startling for Northington, whose older daughter, Jasmine, is a senior studying marketing there. Okay, let me stop.
What's your first reaction?
I don't want that playing. So that's when we seen her on Banfield right there. Compared to what she looked like February the 24th, she looks a lot better. Or in my opinion, she does. Okay, we don't care to see Bryan. So Northington has not only had to deal with the consequences of her drug addiction and the pain of losing a child, but the media frenzy that has dragged her into the spotlight as well in recent weeks. In January, the mom appeared on News Nation where she publicly blasted the fact that Jasmine was allowed to continue her studies at WSU alongside Kohberger, even after he was identified as a suspect but before he was arrested. I think that was kind of shitty. We've all heard that they had been watching Bryan. They knew that he was from WSU. I'm pretty sure they also knew that Zana's sister went to college there. They should have did something to get her away from there until they could get what they needed to arrest him. Okay. All right, so it says she also reacted to reports that Ann Taylor, the lawyer defending her on drug charges, had dropped her to represent her daughter's accused killer. I am heartbroken, said semi-coherent Northington, speaking to host Ashley Banfield. I trusted her. She pretended that she was wanting to help me, and to find out that she was representing him, I could not convey how betrayed I felt, she added. The lawyer would later explain that her name appears in nearly every document filed in Kootenai County criminal cases because she is the county's chief public defender, but that she had never met Northington in person or offered her legal advice. However, Northington told DailyMail.com that she now regrets that interview. That was a big misunderstanding on my part, and I was kind of the victim of some kind of fake news, she said. Hopefully that's been straightened out now, and people are understanding of that. On January 31st, just 5 days after the Banfield interview, she was arrested for criminal trespassing in Spokane. She spent the next 24 days in jail before being transferred to the jail in Coeur d'Alene, her former hometown where Mogan and Goncalves also previously lived. Northington is being held on a $100,000 bond and says that she's trying to keep to herself most of the time. I just try to hang out with myself, try to stay in my cell and read, she said, and I'm just trying to get through this. Northington says that she needs therapy but isn't getting any while in custody. You would think that they would have, hey, Brown Bear, how are you? You would think that they would have some type of therapy, treatment, something in jail for people that have addictions. Okay, so she says she also can't discuss her daughter's murder case with fellow inmates because of a gag order imposed by the judge that extends to victims' families. I could talk about my feelings, my loss, but I can't talk about what happened, she said. It's the worst place to be when you're going through something like this. It's the worst place possible that I could possibly be. Her cell gets unlocked during the day when she's allowed to hang out in the adjoining rec room where there's a TV. It's really hard going through what I'm going through when the case is plastered all over the place, she said. I haven't watched any news. The last thing I heard was on Entertainment Tonight that they were going to demolish the house. She said neither one of her surviving children have reached out to her since her arrest, but she still wants to be strong for them once she does get out. She is seeking to enter a treatment program that would provide therapy as well as services to help her secure a job. Obviously, I need treatment and I need psychiatric counseling because of what has happened, she said. I just want to get sober for Zana and my other two living kids, she added. She has a little brother who needs me, and her older sister just lost her best friend and her sister, so she doesn't need to lose her mom too. And my son doesn't need to lose his mom either. Washington, okay, let's see. And they make it hard to bring AA and NA meetings into jail. I know I'm on communities with AA. Wow. I mean, she's admitting that she needs it. I'm just hoping that she gets it. Okay, let me pose a question. Do you think Ellie could have been held responsible if BK would have caught wind of Ellie being onto him and held his class hostage and possibly killed more people? I think the parents of the kids would try. Yeah, I think they would try to hold Ellie responsible. I don't know if legally if they could, but I mean, if I was in that position, I would, especially if law enforcement knew who it was. They knew that he had done, or they had evidence possibly that he had just killed 4 kids. Okay, Emerald Queen, I'll check it out in just a second. You know, and just like if he would have hurt Jasmine, I'm pretty sure he knew that she went to school there. So just imagine if he would have hurt her. Thank God he didn't. If I was her family, I would have been like, yeah, y'all had a lead on this dude. Y'all been watching him. Whether you had proof that he did it or not, and now he goes and hurts one of the victim's sisters. So yeah, I think that they should have been held responsible if that would have happened. Okay, most prisons have both AA and church services. They also offer limited treatment options. Yeah, my grandfather was a preacher before he passed away, and he would always go to the local parish jail, like one Sunday a month. All the pastors in our area would do that. But I don't know if they have here. If they have any type of drug treatments, while for addicts in jail or not. Okay. All right. So hopefully, they'll keep up with her, with uh, Kara, and we'll get to hear more from her on how she's doing. Hopefully, if she gets out of jail, hey Lulu, how are you? If she gets out of jail, hopefully she will stick with what she's saying that she needs, and she'll get into treatment and get her life straight and get her a job and take better care of herself. Let's see, they do. I can tell you everything you want to know about Louisiana. Okay, so Stone Gator, they do. I knew they had the church thing. I just didn't know about uh, the other, like the drug therapy or um, counseling or whatever you want to call it. Ow. All right, and if y'all haven't done so, please hit that thumbs up. And if I've missed anyone coming into chat, I do apologize, but thank you so much for joining us. Okay, so in Washington, you have to do background checks to take AA, and TREV has to be. Paper now since COVID, no more books. Okay, wait, Marissa, what do you mean in TREV? Let's see, my ex had to do that in parenting and job and anger management. Okay. Thank you, Tonka. All right, y'all. See, the fact that Ellie never questioned BK tells me they have a lot more than they are saying. Usually a suspect in a murder that will be brought in for questioning in regards to a possible alibi and more. I'm just curious, why didn't they bring him in? Yes, Deputy Do, yes. Prayers for her sobriety. She, just like all the other families of these victims, she needs prayers just like they do. So, y'all keep Zana's mom in your prayers as well. Hopefully everything uh, will turn out better for her. Gotta go to my computer. All right. Let me see. I don't think that anybody else spoke out. Wait, little baby, no. They didn't never come out and say that they questioned him. But if they didn't, I wonder why they didn't. If they suspected him. Especially with them screaming about the car the whole time. Like, why not question him? Like, okay, where were you at that night? Or just anything. Exactly. They question everybody else. I mean, they were literally right after the murders, like a day or so after, they were already clearing people. So as soon as the Washington State University police sent that information over about the car, and then they're claiming that they went back and looked him up and see where he got pulled over in August and gave his phone number and this and that. Why didn't they right then pull him in and be like, okay, this dude's got the same type of car that we've seen, that we've been, hey, Crime Solver, that we've seen on video footage. we're asking people to help us look for. Let's just pull him in and see what he has to say. See, I'm talking about as soon as he was on their radar, not after. No, that's what I'm talking about, Vapors. Like when they first, that information was sent from WSU from them cops that found his car, because they're claiming unknown license plate is what Moscow Police Department was saying. It was a white Hyundai Elantra with unknown plate. They knew that it didn't have a front plate. Uh, when it was ran in their system at WSU, it was still listed as a Pennsylvania plate, which only requires one plate. But then whenever they went and looked at it 30 minutes later, it had two plates on it. He just didn't change it in their system that he had already updated it and got a new registration and plates and all that. They literally should have brought him in as soon as they got that information. Let's see, my brother quit after 25 years through wanting it, and Jesus above, praise God's over 20 years. That is awesome, Dippity Doo. Anybody who's dealt with addiction and now are sober, I congratulate you. For real. And hopefully, like I said, Zana's mama can do the same. If she really truly wants it like she's saying that she does, and she's admitting it, that she has a problem and she needs help, and if she truly wants it, I believe she can truly get over the addiction and live a sober life. Stone Gator, congratulations on 13 months of sobriety. Okay, something I was thinking about today. Could BK have gotten someone from one of his research things to do the murder and have him driving around? Let's see, all that time was him being the driver. BK would use the evidence he has to acquit himself. Crime Solver, I do believe somebody was in that car. Hey, Che, how are you? Hey, Leo, how are you? I do believe somebody else was driving the car. I could be completely wrong, but I think somebody could have been. Sleep, not feeling. Oh, Che, I'm sorry. I hope you get to feeling better soon. And Crime Solver, no, I got what you were saying. Okay. It's a hard road to conquer. Yeah, happy cactus, but if you truly want it, you can do it. My brother says when he got real good, got real good, got real and healed him from drinking after all those years, so miracles still happen. That is awesome news, Dippity Doo. As you're impatient, people who want answers yesterday, we are instant gratification. It is what it is. Okay, I'm just trying to catch up with everybody before I pull up the next thing. I'm trying to make up my mind what I want to pull up next. Because I have a video. I haven't got to watch it. I saw the thing today. But it's talking about BTK killer likes the attention resulting from the Idaho killings. And this is what his daughter, Carrie, is saying. And to me, that sounds like Bryan, honestly. Did you ever send? Oh, shit, Judy. No, I didn't. I just now got his email like the other day. So I got to send that to him. Vapor, remind me to send that to you. If y'all don't remind me, I'll completely forget. Like, for real. Hold on. I'm going to write a note. Let me write myself a note, y'all. I gotta get me some more sticky things. I'm almost out. Let's see. Just add it to their arrogance and ego. Leo, that's all they're doing. And that's what BTK Killer's daughter said. That all these people that are doing that, they're just feeding their ego. And that's all that's going on with Bryan. All these cameras always pointing at him whenever he comes into court, and social media, all these articles and videos and all this and that. Like he's eating it up. Okay, what am I right? Oh, shit. Okay. Okay, so send Vapor Judy's email. Okay, Judy, I just wrote myself a note. Vapor, I will be sending you that after I'm done tonight. 8 years, 2 months sober, alcoholic, headphones, congratulations. So, yeah, congratulations to everybody who is sober and to the ones who have an addiction and you're working on it. You're working to get sober. Keep going with it. Don't let people try to tell you that you can't do it and that don't let people tell you that. Stick with it because you can do it. Oh, see, I need to talk to Adventure. I did a sticky note before. Put one on. Oh, I don't even know where Troll is at. I think he went outside. You just never know what folks are struggling with. Yes, that is true, Crumb Solver. That is very true. Okay, so Judy, I'm sticking this on my internet box. No, I'm gonna stick it on my cell phone. There's no way possible I can forget if it's on my cell phone. Okay. All right. It's on my cell phone. Vapor, I will be sending or forwarding Judy's emails to you tonight after I'm done. 100% support anyone with an addiction or a mental illness. Is a battle we fight every day. Yeah. Deputy Dude, that is like my favorite scripture out of the Bible and my next tattoo that I'm going to get. Philippians 4:13. Your last. Okay, hold on, Vapor. Let me find it. Okay, hold on, y'all. Let me find Vapor's last comment. I don't see it. Okay, I see what you said. I'm talking about as soon as he was on the radar, not after they arrested him. Did you write another one after that? If you did, I don't see it. Which is what I was talking about anyway. Once they got wind of him having that type of car from WSU, they should have, they should have brought him in right then and started questioning him. Hold on, let me make sure I haven't missed it. Stick it on Troll's forehead. Judy, as soon as he comes back in, I will. I've got it on my phone right now, so I can't forget about it because as soon as I get it from here, I have my phone in my hand. Let's see. I love that verse. Che, that is like my favorite verse. See, I quit med 222, cigarette 722, all on my own and alone. That is awesome, Stone Gator. Let's see. Didn't respond. Che, I hope you feel better soon. Okay, I'm a tattoo artist. Leo, what state are you in? Hey, Kim Odd, how are you? See, why would he try to hide his DNA at his parents' house when his DNA would have to be in his Washington apartment? I'm curious. Like, yeah, I mean, they would obviously his DNA would have to be in there in his apartment in Washington, but I'm wondering if he did that in his apartment as well. Like, did he wear medical gloves and do that with his trash and all that? Oh, you're in South Africa. Okay. And Che, you're very welcome. Yeah, I'm looking for an artist who has good handwriting because I want to get it like on my arm between my wrist and my elbow. Okay, let's see. See, they didn't want to alert him. That's why they didn't call him, and they were probably trying to follow him and see or where he went. Maybe try to get the weapon. That could be it, King Scarlet. See, they took blood from a pillow in the match. Yeah, well, just the facts. They said that it was. They didn't mention it as being blood in the warrant on the stuff that they found, but they said it was a reddish brown stain, I believe, on an uncased pillow, and then there was stains. Was it a mattress cover? The top and bottom mattress covers. Hey, Rich. Yes, this is live, Rich. Let's see. It took blood. Okay. Let me catch up real quick. The post office prince. How are you? Okay. And mods, if I need to slow the chat down, let me know. Go look at Will Anthony. He's in Florida. Best ever. Oh, I'm in Louisiana, Leo. Florida's still a good ways away from me. All right. So let me grab this thing because I'm kind of interested to see what what BTK has to say about this. Okay, honestly, I don't feel one way or another about them getting off on attention. They have a real life video in their head that they can recall whenever they want, and that's the high for them. Yeah, I sent you more names a bit later today for awesome talent. Thank you, Leo. Because his girlfriend who smokes fentanyl. Yeah, that fentanyl, that's horrible. Like, people are dying just in Louisiana. Several people a day here are dying because of the fentanyl. So for you, get referrals from. Okay, thank you, Leo. I appreciate that. Okay, so wait, Stonegater, she saves their trash and goes through it later, piece by piece, in case she threw anything away by accident. Oh, wow. But could that, though, Stonegater, could that be part of, like, the paranoia? The reason why she's doing that? I mean, that... Hey, Annie, how are you? Leo, my email is pinned to the top of the chat. I mean, that very well could have been what was going on with Bryan, too. It could have be, paranoia sitting in. He knows he did it, and I'm just, if he did it, he knows he did it, and maybe he, it's just part of that looking over your shoulder type thing. See, what about the guy that was found rolled up in plastic and carpet? Okay, so Simple Butterfly, they said about that guy, they found no internal injuries, and they found no external injuries on his body, but he was wrapped up in plastic, he was wrapped up in carpet, and somebody in Baton Rouge put his body in a vacant lot. And the coroner has not got back the tox report yet. It was that Stonegater, is it Nathan? Shit, I can't remember his last name, but he was from Georgia. But the coroner told his wife that it looked like he died from an overdose. And one of his friends did come out and made a social media post. Hey, Cricket Moon, how are you? And said that he has known him for over 10 years. They've laughed together, they partied together, and they also went through recovery together. And was saying, how addiction is a real thing and all this and that. So apparently this guy who was in Baton Rouge visiting a client had an addiction in the past. And so some people are saying that maybe because he left the pub, was on, like, the hotel that he was staying at was just right down from it, like a 2-minute walk. And they're saying that maybe he ended up at a place and somebody gave him drugs and he ended up ODing from it at that place. And then they wrapped him up and moved his body to get him away from where he was at and where he OD'd at. So they're still waiting on the tox report to come back. And the coroner, they said that told his wife that yeah, they said there was no foul play because he didn't have like there may like if he died from an overdose, okay, I get they may say that there's no foul play with that, but he didn't OD and then wrap himself up in plastic, wrap himself up in a carpet, and move himself to a vacant lot in another part of Baton Rouge. So foul play has to come in. Like I don't know. I don't know if they could say foul play though, because if somebody didn't murder him, but there was some suspicious activity went on with him being wrapped in plastic and wrapped in a rug. So that's what they're thinking right now. And once the tox report comes back, then they'll know, what they find in the system and all that. H-Town Finance, how are you? Let's see. Unless he wrapped himself, then OD'd. See. Gator, I believe his whole body was wrapped up. Yeah, I think that whoever did that probably, what is it? Oh shit, what do they call it of a corpse? It would be tampering with evidence and all that too. But yeah, that's what people are thinking, that he OD'd wherever. I mean, Baton Rouge is like really bad with drugs and stuff like that. Oh, see, maybe how he died is not foul, but yes, Judy, right. That is true. Hey, Elliot, how are you? Abuse of a corpse, yes. Um, that's what they're thinking, though, that maybe he either seen somebody on the street that uh, from the time he left the pub between there and the hotel. But they did find I think it was his cell phone and his wallet a few blocks from there. And they're thinking maybe he might have got mixed up with some people. They gave him something and he OD'd from it. So I'm sure it's going to take several weeks for the tox report to come back. And then the Sam video keeps playing and I don't want it to right now. But it'll probably take several weeks for the tox report to come back. So by then, we'll know. Sorry, I got combo. No, Simple Butterfly, you're fine. I remember reading that though. I think that was yesterday or the day before yesterday. I remember reading about it. I have a thing on my phone, an app, and anything that happens in Louisiana, we get a notification for it. Okay. Wasn't there something brought up about Letitia's? What did I hear about her case? There was something brought up about that as well. Okay, having drugs in the system just makes it easy to blame victim for OD. Yeah. I don't know how they're going to tell how he got to the vacant lot, because where the vacant lot is, there's it's like an old building. I don't know if it was, I want to say a cotton gin, but I don't think it's big enough to be a cotton gin, but it's like a super old building. And whoever owns the property has kept it up, even though it's vacant, the buildings and stuff on it. Like the grass is mowed, the driveway is really nice, and the parking lot area and all that. So I don't know if somebody put him there because they knew that he would be found or what. Headphones, have a good night. Are we talking about obsessed ex-boyfriend? Elliot, no, I didn't even get to watch the trial today on that. I was gone pretty much all day today. So I don't even know what happened. I think yesterday, when they broke at the end of the day, they had the jail snitch on the stand. I know they were supposed to bring him back today, but I didn't get to watch it. Okay, I think this next thing pulled up here, y'all. All right, hold on just a second, y'all. Okay. Let's see. So there are two people killed them, rolled them in carpet, dumped them at the same place. Wait, what, Elliot? There are two people killed them, rolled in carpet, dumped at the same time. Elliot, we were just talking about the guy that's from Georgia that went missing in Baton Rouge. Jill snitch said Zach confessed him. I thought, Marissa, that's the reason why he was probably there, because he has a plea deal going on. Smith, how are you? Hey, Tammy C, how are you? So I figured that's the reason why he was there. And then they got like into a big whole argument type thing that the attorneys and the judge were like trying to work out, and all this and that. No, Judy, I had to take my aunt to the doctor today. And I didn't find out about it until late yesterday afternoon. I knew I had to get up early, so that's why I didn't even go live last night. Okay, so this one says BTK killer likes the attention resulting from Idaho killings, is what his daughter said. And I know that Carrie was on with Bryan the other night. I haven't got to watch the whole thing, but this is like a 6.5 minute clip from it. So I'm gonna have
2005 Raider was.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch the whole thing. Yes, federal charges only way to get a reduction. Yeah. Okay, so while this is playing, hey Crystal, how are you? I'm gonna mute out and I'm grab my notebook and all that just in case I need to take some notes on it. So if y'all cannot hear this, let me know in the chat. That way I can fix what's going on. Let me make sure the quality. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and mute out.
Convicted of killing 10 people between the years of 1974 and 1991. And we can assume Kohberger likely studied the BTK murders at length. But did he ever actually have contact with Dennis Rader directly? Or did Rader ever perhaps reach out and contact him? I am joined now by Dennis Rader's daughter, Carrie Rawson. She is also the author of the book, A Serial Killer's Daughter. Carrie is really someone who has overcome unimaginable tragedy. She is now a voice for other victims. She is truly a survivor in every sense of the word. And Carrie, we really appreciate you taking the time to be with us tonight. You and I spoke in January, and I talked to you about whether or not Bryan Kohberger had any contact with your dad. Have you learned anything new since then?
Since we spoke early in January, a couple outlets reached out to my father through a jail app called Getting Out, which I didn't know my dad had, so I had time to deal with that. And they texted him basically, and my dad said no on contact with Kohberger. But he's been then interviewed a few times by some outlets, giving opinions, on the Kohberger case and comparing like his situation early on in prison with Kohberger. So as far as we know, my father hasn't had direct contact with Kohberger, but we don't have proof either way. And because my father likes to play games and is a pathological liar, and he likes the attention from the media, it's impossible to say right now.
Do you think he's lying, Carrie?
I think on this, he probably is telling the truth, but he does definitely like the attention that's come back up from it. And he's going to do whatever in his power to keep people on the line, to keep coming back to contact him. That's a typical game my father plays with the media.
It's interesting. He gave this statement to another news outlet where he said, since I spent from February 2005 to April 2005 in a cell by myself, I know how he feels, referring to Kohberger. It's just interesting that he is now thinking and talking about Kohberger, who likely studied him.
Yeah, I mean, my father has access to TV, radio, newspapers, magazines. So I'm definitely sure he's keeping up with all of this. He's keeping up probably with me. He likes to sort of compete with me in the media. It's kind of all just a big mess. When my father was in jail, the county jail, Sedgwick County Jail, from February through June, and well, actually through August, until he was sentenced to 177 years. Then he was sent to the El Dorado Correction Facility prison. As far as I know, he's been in solitary since he's been in there. So I don't know what he's talking about being alone, because actually when he was in jail, he had access to other people in jail. He was playing cards with them. He said he was kind of like trying to control the room. And then when he was sent to prison, he was in solitary. I believe he's still in solitary. So I don't exactly know what he's talking about being alone versus now.
Yeah, and it's interesting that he's sort of comparing his situation to how Kohberger must feel. It's kind of eerie, I guess is a way to describe it. What's your relationship with your dad like now? Last time we talked, I know you said that you had pretty much cut off all communication.
Yeah, so I was very close to my dad growing up. He was like my best friend. We went camping and hiking. He walked me down the aisle when I got married in 2003. He moved me to Michigan right after that. Then 18 months later, we found out he was arrested as the BTK killer. Since then, I've only been in contact with him via letters. I've never visited him in prison, and I couldn't handle phone calls even. We were in contact off and on, and then in the spring of 2021, I had to legally cut him off with a do not contact order. I worked with victim services in Kansas, KDOC, and police detectives in Wichita and the prison, and they all helped me. I had to cut my father off because he was cyber stalking me through third-party people that were contacting me through social media and email. It was just getting to be a safety issue. They were trying to figure out where I lived. They were calling my dad. They would see me, like, say they see me tonight on media, somebody's probably going to contact my dad tomorrow and say, hey, I saw her. And it got to be where it was becoming a safety issue for me and my family. And so victim services stepped in and helped me.
Yeah, and we know that there are people now contacting Kohberger and sending love letters and all sorts of twisted things. And you talk about your dad being in contact with so many people who are then even able to find you. I mean, how does this all happen behind the scenes? I guess I would just assume a serial killer doesn't have that kind of access.
Well, any prisoner has human rights still. So my father has the right to correspondence. He has the right to phone calls. He has the right to TV and things like that. Now he has to earn those rights. They use these because for somebody that's a lifer or on death row, you have to have some sort of incentive to get them to behave or they won't. So they use these things to get them to behave. Hey, you can earn mail. You can earn the right to these apps. There isn't a lot that can be done because there's so much mail coming in, so much mail coming out. And if you think about every other need a prison has, like a love letter has got to be the bottom concern on these, officers' parts that have such a challenging job already. And I don't know if there's a lot that can be done, unfortunately. I mean, it's really up to the individual person to make that decision not to contact these people. But it's been going on for decades.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com.
Okay, 1 second. Let me get this off. So yeah, I see a couple of people talking about how strong she is to have to deal with the things, because of her dad. She carried a very, very strong woman. I've seen people talk and say horrible things to her on Twitter. And, they're talking about her looks, body type, like just disgusting things. And she's still on there every day, doing what she can to put out missing people information and still having to deal with the haters and people saying bad things to her and on top of everybody in the States pretty much who's on Twitter and follows true crime knowing who her dad is. So I have to commend her. She's a super strong woman. And it seriously makes me sick to see some of the stuff that people are saying to her and about her and all this and that. But I still have to agree with her though. And she explains it there, how dangerous it is for these women to be talking to people, or to these men who are accused of these crimes like that. It's super dangerous. Exactly, Dreamcatcher. I mean, she can't help who her dad is, and she can't help what he did. Okay, hold on. Let me go back up and chat real quick. Okay. All right. Somebody was just asking about the link, the membership link. I don't know who it was now. I forgot, but I did see somebody say something about the link. Let's see. All right. So hopefully these women who were sending Bryan all these love letters and money and all this and that they'll realize just how dangerous it is. I mean, just listen to like the people who get in touch with her dad and tell him stuff. Let's see. I really like to thank you, Werewolf Queen. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to get my stuff back situated here because I had to move it all around a minute ago. Let's see. I wonder how much money. Wait, what, baby? You're talking about Bryan? There's honestly, I mean, we know he had the $50 sent to him for Valentine's Day, and the lady who sent it, posted the thing. Um, hey, 9mm, how are you? See, I'm trying to help Cricket Moon turn on gifting. Oh, okay, thank you, Marissa. But I mean, the Brittany Hislop woman said that she sent money. There's no telling how much she sent, and I'm sure all these other women who were on all them Reddit or the subreddits and all that were talking about uh, what they thought about him and how they felt about him and all this and that. They uh, probably sent him money too. Jay, look, how are you? See, hello, my brother did something extremely stupid and just don't get how people jeopardize themselves. It makes no sense. I don't know. It's super dangerous for women to do it. I mean, these people have people on the outside that they can send to check up on these women and see what they're doing and where they live and what type of house they have. Um, all this and that. It's super dangerous. Even though the guy's in jail, it's still dangerous. Okay, let me see what this is. I'm trying to find my next thing that I have. I have like 4 or 5 other emails, but I'm trying to find the one that I want next. Let's see. I think this is the last thing I need to read. Media coverage. Because to remove the warning labels and let nature take its course. It's like playing Yes, Michelle. And wait, what's going on tomorrow with 9mm? I missed it. Hold on, y'all. Oh wait, where did all this? He goes for 9mm. You're talking about your husband goes tomorrow for a checkup. Well, hopefully everything goes good with him. See different types. Okay. All right, y'all. 1 second here. All right, so this is talking about, and shit, now it's gonna start playing. We're just getting all kind of Bryan in videos tonight. Wait, I'm sick. Went to doctor. Have bronchitis, sinus infection, real bad. Dreamcatcher, I hope you get to feeling better too soon as well. Hubby goes for 9mm. Hopefully everything checks out good for him. Just hope and prayer for the well-being of all. Thank you, Crooked Moon. So he doesn't go back to work soon. His health will really be in danger. He's driving me crazy. Hey, Jody is cool. How are you? It can't be that bad, 9mm. Okay, so I have. This is talking about Bryan Kohberger being granted that second attorney in his murder case. Let me make sure this is the one that's got. Okay, yeah, this is the one I want. So they're thinking that even though the prosecution hasn't came out to the public and has said that they're going for the death penalty, a lot of people are thinking that maybe they've already let Ann Taylor know, and that's the reason why she's getting all of the people that she needs together. Do you like chocolate? I might send you some snacks with your pens and notebooks. Emerald Queen, yes, I'll either eat white chocolate or milk chocolate. Oh, Dreamcatcher, please be careful. Okay, let me grab those. And while this is playing as well, I'm going to mute out. I don't know why Bryan Inton looks like he's been photoshopped into that background, but okay, something is up with my chat because I'm missing comments. I don't see Happy Cactus now. Where he's saying, what the hell? Okay, going to bed. Melissa Jade, have a good night. Thank you for coming and hanging out with us. Okay, and I have completely missed Happy Cactus. Happy Cactus, if you're still in here, have a good night. I don't even see Happy Cactus where they've posted any comments. That is weird. Chad has been jumping. I don't see where they've posted anything though. Not like just going back through it. I haven't seen where they posted anything in a while. And my chat's on live chat, so I don't know what's up with it. Okay. Make sure all my stuff's right. All right, so y'all know the drill. If y'all cannot hear it, just let me know. And also, whenever I'm playing these videos, if it starts buffering for y'all, can y'all let me know? Because it plays normal for me, so if it's buffering for y'all, I can't tell. Let's see. Judy, you don't see it either? Okay, see, now I see Happy Cactus, but I didn't see where they said they were going to bed. Hey, lovable Mama Bear, how are you? Oh, Happy Cactus, if you're going to bed, I hope you have a wonderful night. Okay, so let me get this playing now. See, I'm going to bed. Love you. All right, Happy Cactus, love you too. Have a wonderful night, and I will see you the next time. All right, I'm fixing to play this for y'all. Like I said, let me know if you cannot hear it or if it is buffering or lagging or whatever.
Let's bring in now Andrew Cherkasky. He is a criminal defense attorney and former federal prosecutor. Andrew, thank you for being here. First of all, the fact that Ann Taylor is now asking for a second attorney to assist her, do you think that means that she thinks the prosecution is definitely going to go after the death penalty here?
Well, I think everyone involved in this case thinks that it's relatively obvious that they will go after the death penalty. In fact, I can see no reason under the law why they would not. There are 11 factors that would justify the death penalty in the state of Idaho. And I count at least 4 or 5 of those factors being met here, assuming the government is able to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. In the state of Idaho, under the administrative code, in death penalty cases, it is required to have at least 2 death qualified defense attorneys. So while the prosecution doesn't have to announce that they're seeking the death penalty until 30 days after the initial arraignment, which would come only after the probable cause hearing in June. So not until the end of July will we hear that. I think everybody sees the writing on the wall and they want to get their defense team in order at this point.
So we know that Ann Taylor is death penalty qualified. Idaho does not have a ton of public defenders. That's why she was brought in from quite a distance away. How difficult do you think it'll be for them to find a second lawyer for Kohberger that is death penalty qualified?
The state of Idaho maintains a roster of what we call death qualified counsel, and there's a procedure to become qualified to represent indigent people in death penalty cases. I count somewhere between about 30 to 50, definitely under 50 attorneys. There were 30, just over 30 as of last year. And so there is a relatively small number of individuals. Again, in Idaho, when you have that consideration of death qualified counsel, that means that they have performed a representation in a previous death penalty case and have exhibited years of experience. So I don't think that there is a large roster to choose from, but there are qualified counsel that they will have to choose from in this case.
So how does this work behind the scenes, Andrew, in terms of finding this lawyer? Is it Ann Taylor who is calling them on the phone and interviewing them? Does Bryan Kohberger have a say and they have to go to the jail and sort of talk with him and he picks who he likes? How do they choose the person?
Well, you take that roster, and then you have to look at a number of other factors that the Idaho Code requires, and that's also essentially required through the ABA, the American Bar Association, that Idaho has adopted. And you really have to look for availability. Counsel in public defender offices have maximum caseloads that they can have at any one given time, and so what I think is going to be the primary consideration is who's available for this, and then secondarily, I think it's going to be who can really come into the team to be a good second chair or the assistant death qualified counsel, assuming that Ann is the primary and the additional counsel becomes the secondary. They don't have to have quite as many qualifications, although still have to be death qualified.
Interesting. So is it possible that Ann Taylor could become the secondary and someone else could come in and take charge of all this?
That is possible. I think that ultimately the choice and kind of determination as to who is lead counsel is a strategic team decision that's reached, and there are supervisors throughout the public defenders' offices and kind of the senior most public defenders who help organize and orchestrate the best ways in which these teams are put together. It's no different than the prosecution office. Again, in looking at the Idaho Code, the way in which the prosecution is allocated resources from the state and the counties, it really says that it has to be there has to be equity in how the prosecution has resources and the defense has resources. So really the same number of counsel, the same number of paralegals, the same number of copy machines. It doesn't have to be quite that specific, but everybody has to go into this case with resources that are fairly allocated between the prosecution and the defense to make sure that everybody's going in on what I guess you could call a fair fight.
What about the timing of this, though? We've gotten a lot of new information that's been made public with these search warrants out of Pennsylvania just within the last week or so. Does that have anything to do with it? I mean, why is she asking for this now?
I think that's a very interesting question. Is it something that the evidence suggests now turns this into a death penalty case, or shows or suggests that now all of a sudden she needs more help on the case, whereas a couple of weeks ago she thought she didn't? I don't think that that's exactly the case. I think that this is a slow process to ensure that they have the right team put together and that there are the right resources. In fact, it appears that there was just a recent new roster that was published at the beginning of March with potentially new death qualified counsel. Although that roster is not live on the internet, it suggests that it was recently passed in the early days of March, so just a few days ago. So it could have something to do with that. I think that it's really too early to speculate. Ultimately, they have to have those two counsel on the case by the time of the initial appearance. And I interpret that not as the initial appearance that's already occurred, but the initial appearance that would essentially be the arraignment that would occur after the probable cause hearing that's slated for June.
Yeah, and there's so much evidence involved in this case. I would imagine they want to get the person appointed soon so that they can catch up on everything going on behind the scenes. Andrew Cherkasky, thank you so much for joining us tonight, breaking it down. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. So this dude is saying that it's a possibility that Ian Taylor could move from main counsel to co-counsel, become second chair. More to this case, and we'll know into the Cricket Moon. Yes, probably so. Okay, I'm just making a note real quick because I'm wondering, like they were asking, like why is she asking for it now? Could she have been waiting for the new roster to come out? The dude saying the new death penalty qualified attorney roster for the state of Idaho came out like a few days after the 1st of March. So I wonder if that's what she was waiting on. Let's see. I heard her called. Okay, maybe the woman thing isn't working out with EK. And doesn't play second fiddle. Hey, Stevie, how are you? I'm wondering though if whoever is going to be appointed this additional death penalty or death case qualified attorney, I wonder if they're going to have more experience than Ian Taylor's got with death penalty cases, or they're not going to have as much. Because like they said, they also have to go through the roster and see who is available. And then from the availability, they would have to go through and try to figure out, I would think, who is more, out of everybody that's available, who is the most qualified. And then out of those, who is the best one to work with. Okay. Hold on, y'all. I'm making a note real quick. Michelle, yes, it has been approved. Hold on, I'll grab it real quick and pull it up. Let me just go to the website. And I'm still waiting for them to release this other thing that's supposed to be coming out this week. Talking about it's an order to release property, but they still haven't released that yet. And tomorrow, I mean, it's usually updated usually Fridays. Sometimes like the motion in the court to appoint a co-counsel and the order to appointing co-counsel came out earlier this week. Okay, hold on. I'm just going to pull it up here where they ordered it. Okay, heard they are not allowing victims' phones to be used as evidence? Really? Okay, let me zoom in on this, y'all. All right. So it says right here. Wait, Tammy, they don't have the victims' phones? And Michelle, here is the order appointing the co-counsel. And it just says the court having before at the defendants a motion to appoint co-counsel in good cause appearing now, therefore, it is hereby ordered that an additional death qualified co-counsel shall be appointed in the above entitled manner. And that was ordered on March the 6th. So the motion was put in, I believe, the Friday the 3rd. And then they ended up ordering it on Monday the 6th. So this past Monday. And then it was served to everybody on the 7th. Hey, Laughingstock, how are you? Okay, so why would they not have the victims' phones. Kaylee's dad said that her phone was sitting right there beside of her and she couldn't call. All right, so death penalty cases, unless there's ample representation, there's ample reason for mistrial. I think that Ann Taylor's just getting all of her ducks in a row right now, making sure that she has all of her whole entire team together before June 26th. Okay, I said red. Just not sure if it's true. I pray that they get to have them as evidence. Yes, Timmy, I hope so. I'm not saying that there may not be a whole lot on there, but there could be something on there. They could find a connection on one of the phones to the victim or victims in Bryan. Police already did the data dump. We haven't caught up since the weekend. Okay, so yeah, this was the last thing. Let me go to the case summary real quick because I know that other was on there. So it should be released tomorrow. This is now the case summary for Kohberger's stuff has already got down to like 6 pages now. Okay, do you think the defense believes that Bryan is actually innocent? I don't know, Cricket. I mean, if they thought he was innocent, guilty or innocent, I mean, they're more than likely, if they're going to say anything to the public, it's going to be that he's innocent. Okay, how does psychics say that everything was on the phones? Okay, so if y'all... Oh, shit, I didn't want to do that. There was an order to release property. It was done on the 3rd, which is Friday as well. So maybe they're just waiting to come out with those documents tomorrow, or the 10th, which is the 10th right now, but maybe that's what they're waiting to do. Okay, another defense believes the state hasn't met their burden of proof. Yeah, so, I mean, she's just, really all she's got to do is basically just defend him. I mean, it's the state's, like, who just said that? Elliot said, it's the state's burden of, they have the burden of proof. So, they're going to have to bring everything that they have against him, build this case, present it to a jury, and prove that he's guilty. Let's see, where a search warrant, individual Ziploc. PFOX, the individual Ziploc bags of trash, yes, that, well, they didn't have it in the search warrant about it, but there was one of the officers from Monroe County, Pennsylvania, said he did an interview and said that whenever they went in and raided Bryan's parents' house, he was in the kitchen area. They explained everything he had on, which was all the same stuff that, you know, the WSU sweatshirt, the Arizona jean t-shirt, black Under Armour shorts, boxers, and socks, and then the size 13 Nikes. That's what he had on, and that he had the medical gloves, which they did say he had 4 medical gloves on his person as well, the flashlight, and then he had the medical gloves on his hands and was putting his personal trash in the individual Ziploc bags. I'm wondering if that's the stuff that, because y'all remember where they said that there was stuff that was photographed but wasn't taken? Unless that is some of the stuff that they listed. And they just didn't put that it was in those bags. See if others was involved. Could this change the charges? I don't know if it would change the charges for him, Tammy, but I don't know. They claim that or seem to think that they have uh, enough evidence on him. I don't know. They get him to plead guilty. Oh, crime solver. I don't think they're going to get him to plead guilty. But I mean, if they cut a plea deal with him for life in prison instead of the death penalty, yeah, he would have to plead guilty to it. Give me just a second, y'all. It is about to come a storm here, y'all. Hold on. I did not know. Hold on. I need to mute for just a second, y'all. While I'm muted, can y'all run and hit that thumbs up if y'all haven't done so? Okay, I'm back. Oh, see, there's a pic of him handcuffed in court. His hands are so red, like he's obsessive hand washing. P-Fox, that picture that you're talking about, I wonder if that's from just obsessively hand washing, or if it's also from the gloves, or a combination of both. Okay, you could do a Alfred plea of no contest. Yeah, you could. I didn't think about that, Elliot. I just don't know if he's gonna. Some people think that he's gonna plead guilty. I just don't see him doing it. So you're in for some storms. I had a 2-second power outage. Oh God, Emerald Queen. I hope it doesn't get that bad. I didn't know that was even gonna storm until I just saw it lightning out the window, and then pulled up the weather app. But hopefully it doesn't do too bad. But he's excited to be exonerated that he's going to plead guilty. You think, Elliot? Speaking of weather, wherever you live, please be weather aware. There's things. Thank you, Crooked Moon. Yeah, that is true. You won't plead. I just don't think he's going to plead guilty. I mean, just based off of what we've heard, people that know him personally, like the girl on the Tinder date claiming that he was tickling her when she said something about him doing it. He literally looked at her and said, "No, I'm not." And him never admitting to doing anything when he's confronted. I just don't see him doing it in this case. I could be completely wrong, but I just don't think that he is. And I mean, if he is found guilty and he receives a death penalty, he does have appeal, so maybe he'll think that he'll be able to get it in an appeal, get it changed over from the death penalty to life in prison. I don't know. He could. I will say this, because I could be completely wrong, and he may do it. If he does plead guilty, it's going to surprise me. I'm going to be in complete shock if he does. Let's see. Okay, I think I have a lot on him. Okay, wait. I'm trying to see what Judy said. They believe okay, if they believe he did it, charges stand. Yeah. Now, if there's somebody else involved, I don't think it would charge. I know somebody had asked that. I don't think it would change his charges. But whoever else, if they do find out that someone is involved in it, could possibly get 4 murder charges put on them as well. Okay, if they try to go after the death penalty and there's a hung jury, it can't be a death penalty case anymore due to double jeopardy protection. Yeah, I mean, he might, they may offer it to him. I really don't see that happening either, them offering him a plea bargain. But if they do, his attorney very well might say, legal advice, I think it's better if you take the plea bargain, plead guilty, and you get life in prison, and you don't get the death penalty. And now, like Michelle said, yes, they would add a conspiracy if others involved. Yeah, they could add that to him, but I don't think the charges that he has right now, the 4 first-degree murder charges and the felony burglary, I don't think those would change. Not on Bryan's part. Like I said, if there's somebody else involved, they could add those to whoever the other person is. Even if they didn't go in the house that night, I think just, if I'm correct on this, just the conspiracy part of it, you conspiring to do it, it happens, 4 people lose their life, you can get 4 first-degree murder charges as well. See, this will be one interesting experiment for Idaho. It's going to be interesting, Cricket Moon, to see how Moscow District Attorney handles it. Okay. So unless someone else being involved moves a finger from him to someone else and lowers his involvement. I don't think that's going to happen, Elliot. I mean, they could be like, come in and say, okay, I'll cut a plea with you and I'll tell you who was involved and it wasn't Bryan. But I don't think that anybody who conspired to commit the murders or help plan it or whatever, and they're sitting with 4 first-degree murder charges on them and conspiracy, I don't think they're going to move the finger off of Bryan. Yeah, I'm curious to see how they're going to handle it. I mean, Ann Taylor's death penalty qualified, so she's handled cases like this before. Hey, Steph, how are you? Let's see. Sorry about going back in time. I waited 5 minutes to chat. But was there another search warrant for the neighbor's trash that we haven't seen? Steph, no, they didn't even have to get a search warrant for the neighbor's trash because of it being out. Hey, Lori and CJ, because of it being out on the road. Now, I don't think they got another, like a search warrant just for the neighbor's trash. Because I don't, honestly, if they would have thought maybe Bryan was putting it in the trash can while it was at their house before they moved it out to the road, but I don't think he would have done that. Oh God, King Scarlet. Maybe Bryan K is writing a rap CD in there. His other rap song or whatever the hell you want to call it. He doesn't need to he doesn't need to take up that occupation. Okay, is there anything to suggest anyone else is involved? No, Michelle. I mean, they haven't came out with anything. I just think, and like this is just my opinion about somebody else driving the car. They claim that he's been there 12 times. If you've stalked an area or a house and you've been there at least 12 times, you're stalking these people in this house, you're going to be very familiar with the surrounding intermediate area of the house. Seems like the person that was driving that car that night didn't really know the area because they come in, they turn around, they leave. They come in, turn around, they leave. They did that 3 times before they come in this last time. They come in, they turn around, and they try to park in front of the house, and they can't. They're trying to turn around in the middle of the road. They can't. They have to go down to the end of the street and make a 3-point turnaround. It just seems like a person that's been to that area that many times and stalking this house and these kids would know where to pull and where not to pull. And it just doesn't seem like the person that was driving that car that night knew how to do all that. And like I said, that's just my opinion only. I could be completely wrong. It could have been him. I think also that it's a possibility that the first 3 times that the car went in, that and if somebody else was driving, that they dropped him off then. I heard that Enon Harsh took off after the interview with that YouTuber. American Princess, you talking about way back before Bryan was arrested? Because he did go to San Francisco. I don't know if he came back to Moscow and then left again. Because, I mean, since he left and went to San Francisco the first time, I haven't really heard too much about him. Let's see, all my love to you and your pack, your amazing mods, and everyone here. Gotta rest. I will support you as soon as I can. Cricket Moon, thank you so much for that, and you have a wonderful night. Okay, did you see Olive Enon video of him and his stack of money? Oh, Tammy, I don't think I've seen that. See, he was pumping up, keeps driving by the house. I don't know if he had anything to do with the murders. I wonder. I'm still curious if him and Bryan ever met or talked, knew each other. I wonder if, because we know that. Okay, wait. I'm talking about when Enon went to San Francisco. Yeah, American Princess. Did he ever come back from San Francisco? Like I said, I'm curious to know if Enon and Bryan ever met, knew each other. We know that Enon had past drug charges. We know that Bryan had a past addiction. I'm wondering if Bryan found out that Enon had that type of past and Enon helped him get drugs. And maybe Bryan asked him to watch the house. I'm curious to know that, because like I said, Enon made the remark about the people in the backyard. How many mods do you have? Judy, I have several. I'm not sure if Enon came back from San Francisco yet. Seems like he kind of just went off the radar for a while. Social media still up. Crime Solver, I haven't even looked. Hold on just a second, y'all. All right. Stevie, I have seen people suggest that he was in PC. I mean, why would he be in protective custody, though? The only way he would be in PC is he would have to have known something. Okay. All right, give me just a second. I'm trying to grab my next thing here. Yeah, so I drank turkey last night where they did verify that Hunter was there at the food truck with the other 2 females. Will I cancel the Send Them a Drink campaign? At Carmack, I don't think he will. I don't know, the narcissism, him being egotistical. I just don't see him pleading guilty, unless, like I said, his attorney gives him that advice and tells him it's probably better, because she's gonna know better than him, even though he's probably gonna think he knows more than she does. But she's gonna know better than him if the case is going to end up, once all that she has everything, if he's going to be found guilty or not, just by the evidence that the state has. Tammy, wait, which Hunter are y'all talking about? Ethan's twin Hunter or Ethan's friend Hunter? Leaves town, Bryan gets shot. Ethan leaves town same day. Bryan gets pulled over twice. P. Fox is, yeah, super suspect. Okay, hold on just a second. I need to look at something. Oh shit, why is this not playing? Okay. Let me grab this other one. So I do have another video. And this one is talking about Goncalves family believes that media coverage led to an arrest. Hey, Michelle Lord, how are you? Kenny, how are you? Praise be to God, the truth and justice may it all come out, or regurgitation for the baby birds. Thank you for that, Michelle Lord. His head is... Stevie, you're going to make people in here upset. Okay, so wait, Ethan's twin? Was that the food truck? I think so, Michelle. I think the friend Hunter is who they're saying was Ethan's best friend that found him. Okay, Kenny, we're all doing good. Thank you. I mean, it's still... Okay. This one's only a little over 2 minutes. So I'm still going to mute out while it's playing that. But like I said, it's talking about the Goncalves family and what they believe with the media and stuff like that. So
first, let's get right to the Idaho quadruple murder case. Bryan Kohberger has officially been given the green light to add another attorney to his defense team. His current lawyer, Kootenai County Chief Public Defender Ann Taylor, made the request just last week, and a Latah County judge gave the approval. But before we dig into what that means, the family of Kaylee Goncalves is again addressing the gag order over Kohberger's trial with a brand new statement that they released just today. They began with first thanking the media for the continued coverage in the case and stressed how important it is to keep the story alive to make sure the 4 victims are remembered. Regarding the gag order, the Goncalveses say the judge made it clear that it does not apply to the victims' families, but she won't hold a hearing on it until the Idaho Supreme Court rules on the lawsuit filed by 30 news organizations asking for the order to be lifted. The Goncalves say in the meantime, their attorney, Shannon Gray, will, quote, continue to address any concerns our family has while continuing to hold the investigators, prosecutor, and all parties accountable as the family supports the prosecution of Mr. Kohberger. They conclude their statement thanking the public for the support and saying, quote, we firmly believe it was the coverage by the media of the victims' families, numerous witnesses, and undeniable evidence that led to an arrest in this case. Okay, well, now back to the new unnamed attorney being added to the defense team. The motion filed by Kohberger's current lead attorney, Ann Taylor, specifically requests the court to appoint a, quote, additional death-qualified co-counsel. Up until now, it's just been Taylor by herself. Kohberger faces 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of felony burglary, but prosecutors have not yet stated whether they intend to seek capital punishment.
Thank you for watching. Go to new.
okay, hold on, y'all. Okay, so Tammy, which Hunter was it that was supposedly at the victim's house, asleep on the couch? Okay, let me catch up on this other one. They run her the truck. Wait, Michelle Art, who are you talking about? I gotta find your other. Okay, Michelle Art, who are you talking about that was a runner? Okay, his twin was at the house. So if he was at the house asleep that night, why wasn't he attacked? Why didn't he wake up when Ethan and Zana were being attacked? That don't make no sense. I mean, Xana's room was literally right off the living room. If Ethan's brother would have been on the couch asleep, he would have heard the whole thing. And the cops would have been called way sooner than 7.5, 8 hours. Yeah, I just completely clicked off of my dang email. Hold on. That doesn't make sense. There was a caller who came in and they played the food truck video and pointed out Hunter Ethan's twin in the video. Okay. 9mm, that is the truth. Okay, give me just a second so I can get rid of this email. I'm curious to know who's saying this about Hunter. Tammy, who said that about Hunter being asleep on the couch that night? Okay, everything in the case is a grain of salt until the truth comes out of the trial. I just don't believe that Hunter was asleep on the couch. Because he would have heard that. Whether it was the twin Hunter or the triplet Hunter or it was the friend Hunter. If they were asleep on the couch, they would have heard it. They would have woke up, seen the whole thing, and I'm pretty sure the police would have been called, like I said, way before 11:58 that morning. And I'm sure no matter which Hunter it was, if he wakes up and his best friend and or brother is getting attacked and his girlfriend's getting attacked, then one of the Hunters, either one of them, if they're asleep on the couch and they get woke up to that, they're going to try to help Ethan and Zana. Hold on just a second now. Okay, they don't want her in Moscow. No therapy, no treatment, no pregnant help, no. Wait, Michelle Art, who are you talking about? Okay, yes, but it was up to him and Bethany would have called the cops too, right? I mean, no, obviously they didn't, but if I'm asleep on my sister's couch and somebody's attacking her, and it's pretty much in the same room, I'm going to try to help my sister, and I'm going to call the police. Call to the house. Yeah, Michelle, that's what they were saying. That what's being said is that Dylan had called Ethan's best friend, which I'm thinking is going to be Hunter J. And he came over and is the one that found him. Okay, when is the 911 call going to be released? I can't. Lori and CJ, they are supposed to be the Whitcomb place that it's over in Washington. They're the ones that handle the 911 calls for Moscow, and they're even trying to find out if they can release it. Okay. Let me go back and see. They don't want her. Let's go. Okay, so Michelle Art, who are you talking about? No treatment, no pregnant help, no nothing. Who are we talking about? Ashley Banfield saying that Hunter was there. JC, no, I haven't heard Ashley Banfield say that. I don't know where that's. Tonight's the first time I've heard that. Hey, see you too. How are you? Um, Tammy is saying she heard it on another platform a while back. Oh, King Scarlet, you did? Okay. Um, I don't know who said that. I don't believe it though. I don't believe that there was either one of them sleeping on the couch at night. Unless Dylan and the friend has got something going, and they're hiding something and keeping the fact that Hunter was the friend Hunter was there, and they're it's not coming out that he was there or whatever. So I don't know, Lord. I'm just saying, Angel, you don't get help. Oh, okay, Michelle Art. You had me confused there for a second. I wonder what and who you were talking about. Okay. Let's see. The game of telephone is wild in life. That is the truth. All right, y'all. I'm gonna open up panel for a little while. Yeah, it was thunder, like little baby. Yeah, I can probably hear it easier on this mic than y'all could my other one. I want to send you to email. Okay, see you too. That's fine. My email is pinned at the top of the chat. You're more than welcome to send me anything you want. Okay. If either one was there, I guarantee that they would have heard and or exactly Emerald Queen. Like I said, unless Hunter friend and Dylan are keeping a secret and not letting it out that he was there. But I don't believe at all that Brother Hunter was there. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. I can believe that Dylan had a bedmate that night. Wait, JC, who do you think Dylan's bedmate was? Okay, it is her. Okay, if there was somebody else in that house that night, it would have had to been released in the PCA. Especially if they were asleep on the couch. Unless, like I said, Dylan and this other person is keeping it from the police that somebody else was in the house asleep on the couch. Illustrated with the narrative. Okay. Let's see. Just like CCNI. Okay, am I supposed to be sending something? Wait, who was it? Okay, see you too. If you need me to send anything to them, just make sure to put that in the email of who it is that I need to send it to, okay? All right, give me just a second. Let me check something. Okay. All right, Judy, I'm about to bring you up. Just 1 second. Okay.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Good. I'm sick of typing.
Okay. Trying to
Now, I have a thought about that guy on the couch.
Okay.
Well, it's a two-parter.
Okay, go ahead.
Number one, I don't believe there's anybody on the couch.
I don't either.
Number two, if there was somebody on the couch, did he let Bryan in?
That's a good question.
It was just because my mind kind of split on that one.
I mean, if there was somebody on the couch and it's being kept from the police that they wasn't on the or that that there was nobody else in there, that person who was on the couch just lay there and watch Ethan and Zana get attacked.
I would highly doubt it. That's why I said no.
Yeah, I just don't believe that.
But on the other hand, you know what I mean?
Yeah, this case is crazy and anything is possible.
Stupid pet trick, darling.
Yeah. I don't believe that. I really don't. See, he said he gave KG. Yes, King Scarlet. He did say that he gave him. Wasn't it like a half bottle of wine or something like that?
Isn't there anybody that made it through this? What's the odds that if somebody was sleeping on the couch, they wouldn't have known it?
I mean, if they were sleeping on that couch, they would have had to have heard. They might not have heard Kaylee and Maddie, but if they're on that couch in that living room, they would have heard Ethan and Zana getting attacked.
Well, what I'm saying is that if the two that survived knew, they would mention there was somebody sleeping on the couch, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
Because the police would have asked them who was in the house.
Yeah, I don't believe it, honestly. Okay, is it a full moon? 9mm, I think it is. I think it's or right close to a full moon.
Have you heard? Does anybody that's in your life chat? There is a creator. I think she put some stuff out, and she likes to jump around in different rooms. Okay, like here or something. And I can't remember the first part of her name, but I think the last was Green.
And she's a creator?
Yeah. Something Green. I think King Scarlet would probably know who I'm talking about. But in any event, I don't know if you've heard, but that creator's house burnt down to the ground.
Oh, that's sad.
And I just wanted to send some.
Does anybody know who Judy's talking about? A creator that has green in their name? In their true crime community? Oh, hold on. I wasn't even on StreamYard. That's why I couldn't see her. Oh, and we lost Judy too. Okay, Stonegator, give me just 1 second.
Okay.
I'm putting the link back out. Okay. I don't know who she's talking about, but she said that their house burnt down.
I don't know either.
Judy, I just put the link back out. Oh, wow. King Scarlet, she's saying that maybe you would know who she was talking about. I don't know who a true crime creator with the name Green in it. Hold on just a second.
Hi, everyone. Hope y'all are well.
Okay. I don't know who it would be.
My shell art wants the link.
Wait, I just put it in chat.
Well, they said I can't access the link.
Okay, wait, she's backstage now.
Oh, okay.
Okay, can y'all all hear us?
Uh-huh.
Michelle?
How are y'all?
Hi, ladies.
Hey.
Hi.
I'm here. I'm just sending an email. That's all. How are y'all? post. Hey, Norman, how are you?
Hey, I'm McQueen.
Well, while you're sending emails,
Send Vapor that who was it? Vapor?
yeah.
Yeah,
That
I have to switch over to the other email to do that. I don't know who.
How do I look?
How do you what now?
How do I look at chat when I'm in StreamYard? What do I press so I don't disconnect?
hit chat next to camera, and then at the top hit comments if you're on a phone.
Okay, let me
Yeah,
see.
because I believe chat is just the private chat, and that's
Okay.
how it's listed on the phone, and then comments.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Hey, Sandra, how
You
are you?
found it?
How are you?
Did you
Wait.
find it?
Oh, wait. Who did we lose? We lost Judy again. Let me give her a link back. Wait, where? Okay, hold on. Okay, Dana said I think she's referring to Charlotte Green, Thumb Seeker. I forgot about her. I haven't watched the channel, but I don't think I've seen the name pop up. Okay, I forgot about her. Judy, were you talking about Charlotte Green, Thumb Seeker? Is that who you were talking about?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, yeah, she's actually been in our chat before.
Right. But I wasn't sure. But she is, I guess, I don't know. I just saw her post something about her house had burnt. Now they're looking for a place to live, and
Well, that is sad. Well, y'all keep her in your prayers.
Well, yeah, that was my point.
Okay. Well, thank you for letting us know. Because
We
I
just
do
got
follow her
everyone
on Twitter, but I haven't seen her post anything. So that is very sad.
Well, I hope
Yeah.
it's the person that you said. I just know it ends in green.
Okay. Yeah, I completely forgot about her, but I do remember her. She's come in our chat a couple of times.
Yeah, I said she pops around,
Yeah.
Michelle, did you find the comments?
Yeah, I found him. Thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome.
Sometimes I'm afraid to press anything because you'll get disconnected somehow.
Yeah.
That's why I don't like being on my phone on StreamYard. Hold on, y'all. I gotta close my curtains because it's like lightning super bad here.
So, in my opinion, the couch thing needs to be 86. Like I think that I just think that that's like one of the wildest scenarios I've ever heard.
Yeah, I just like I said, hey Moonville, how are you? Unless I don't believe for 1 second that brother Hunter was on the couch. I really
No, he
don't
wasn't
believe that
there.
friend Hunter was on the couch. But if anybody was on the couch and it wasn't put in that PCA, then I'm curious to know if Dylan is keeping that this other person that they was in the house.
No, there
I
wasn't
just
nobody else there.
Well, if he would have done anything, if there was somebody on the couch and he got up to defend anybody, Bryan would have.
right. I mean, he would have attacked them too.
Yes. I had to stop because I didn't know how to put that. I was going to get a little bit graphic.
Because especially
Exactly, White Widow Baby, like that is like the wildest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, I don't believe that at all.
I think it's another, what do you call it? Smoke screen?
A nothing burger, like everybody says.
Yeah, I just don't think that should be going around. You know what I mean? Like when somebody hears it on one channel, then somebody goes to another channel. You know what I mean?
It spreads like wildfire. Hey Tad, how are you? And that's probably Judy's little dog with this little squeaky toy. Oh wait, somebody dropped. Okay, hold on.
It's not my little dog. He's not playing right now.
I was about to say, if that was Judy dropping again, I'm putting some super glue on her chair.
No, it was. I had to bring my shell art back up.
Don't you worry about me, sister.
All right.
I'm just kidding. I think if I don't drop off a few times, Scarlett would think it was an abnormal night.
I don't know. We thought you fell asleep the other night.
I know you did. I almost did. When you accused me of it, I almost did.
Okay, so my shield art. What information were you saying in chat that you had for us?
Well, I mean, I guess I would have to have certain questions to, you know, people would have to ask me questions, but you guys were talking about Dylan, you know, and her involvement. Honestly, I think it's pretty simple in the way that you don't want to tell a secret because you're going to get in trouble, like Maddie and Kaylee did. And you can't tell anything about the investigation because it's an investigation. So there's so many stories around her that are so conflicting. Like one of the first stories that came out was that she ran down the stairs to Bethany, or no, that she ran to Bethany's room after she opened her door. So then the report from Payne is like completely different, and it's nothing is matching up. All the grub truck footage that I found, that I've went back through all of that body cam, and it's pretty telling. I mean, there's so many different things to talk about, you know, but it's going to be able to be talked about until June, because there's so many clues and so much evidence that we haven't even uncovered yet.
Oh yeah, there's probably tons of evidence that they haven't released and we won't even hear about until the preliminaries starts.
Well, the thing is you're not hearing about it is because the narrative is the narrative. You know, I mean, I put out some pretty artsy videos about the case, and I do it in my way. But I feel like all I'm doing is using the body cam. All I'm using is the Moscow PD footage, all of their surveillance. I'm using it against them in every way, because I can prove in everything that they've put out. Okay, you guys, that they've doctored their own surveillance. I have found things going into the person who actually handles the body cam footage.
Okay. Well, Michelle, do you stand behind Bryan?
I don't stand behind Bryan. I think that at this point, now that I've done the research, I know what his involvement would be.
Well, then why are you?
And there's a couple things. If he is involved, okay, we'll just put it this way, because I don't know if he is, but because it could have been a plant. But if he is involved, he is involved in a couple ways, because he was a criminologist and he was trying to get a job at the police departments. That's the first connection. So the first connection's through surveillance and job activity. The second connection is through drugs. He's been to the house. And they're not going to tell you that. So whether or not you want to believe that, it's up to you. But I'm just saying, that's what I'm saying.
Well, you came in and you said about information if we ask the correct questions or something like that, right?
Yeah,
No,
wasn't something about the timeline or something like that?
Yeah, the timeline is all fucking jacked up. And they know it. And we know it. Why do we keep discussing it if we're so sure about it?
Well, I don't want you to tell me that the case won't stand. That's all.
Oh, what do you mean that the case won't stand?
That Bryan will walk.
Well, why do you? I mean, he's arrested for a reason, but then again, he's got 3 attorneys. He's going to have like 3 attorneys. You know, you only get 3 attorneys. There's only a few reasons why you would do that. Either you're going to try to prove your innocence, or you're going down for the death penalty that's coming up.
Do you think that that there will be that there will be sufficient evidence for the prelim in June for them to take him to trial for the murders?
Considering they got their documents all messed up, they spelled Baker's name wrong on the affidavit. It's Blaker. It's not King Road, it's Queen Road is the address. So first of all, they really need to fix their documents.
Well, technically, the address is 1122 King Road because the it's on Queen Road, but the address is 1122 King Road.
I can't be sure. I'd have to see the land parcel. I don't
Okay,
know.
where did you say the proof was that he was in the house?
The proof was that he was in the house.
Yeah.
It'll come out. It'll come out.
So you're not going to tell us?
It's a drug connection. You guys know that house was a drug house, and it was a fraternity house, and that's what they were doing about that house. They didn't all. It was like a. They barely even live there, you know. They go spend a night at other friends' houses, and they come. It's like little rooms that they frequent every now and then.
But we don't know for a fact though that they were doing drugs there, or that they were selling drugs there.
You know what I was thinking too? How everybody was saying that they didn't call the police until later because they were picking up their drugs or this and that or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, why would they pick up their drugs when their friends are like dead? Because this is why. They're alive. There's drugs. They're responsible for that. You know what I mean? Like the 4 that were murdered, they're not alive. They can't be criminally charged for these drugs.
Well, when they know the cops are dirty too, when the cops are always harassing you when you're living at a place and they're always coming over, you don't trust the cops. So what are you going to do? You're going to call your friends. You're not going to call the cops.
Yeah, but as far as people saying that it's a drug house, I mean, we don't know that for 100% fact. And I don't want that being spread and the families hearing that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's college. Okay, you got to think about the activities that the fraternities were having as the body cams. I go off the body cam.
I watched the body cams too, but I didn't see any drugs going on. So, I mean, there's absolutely no proof whatsoever that this was a drug house.
Mine was speculation as to why they didn't call the cops until hours later.
I mean, but how do we know that, though, that they didn't trust them?
Because when you're constantly harassed by cops that are surveilling you on their body cam.
But that is, yes, her opinion and her speculating. I mean, she is not saying this is factual.
Yeah, I'm not coming on here saying, "Hey, I know everything," but I'm telling you guys.
Well, I mean, technically, you did though. In the chat, you said that you knew the GD truth.
Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to figure out what the truth is.
I do know the truth.
Wait, I couldn't hear you. What now?
I do know the truth, but you know what? For me to tell the truth, that's all speculation. See, it's all considered speculation.
But if you have hard evidence as the proof, then it's not considered speculation, and that's what Scarlett's asking for.
It's all right there in front of you. It's all been right there. It's all been released since November, since they died.
Okay, but what truth are you talking about, though? Because there's been a lot released, and there's been a lot that's been held back. You're saying that you have the GD proof, and that's what I was asking. What proof do you have?
Every question you have can be answered in the body cam.
But I'm asking you what that is. What are you saying that the truth is? That's what I'm trying to get. What you think the truth is? What is your opinion of the truth?
It was a planned attack. If Bryan's involved, he was involved with the kids. He was there. Inan Harshal knows about it because he knows everything. You ever heard that? You ever seen in that the movie Breakfast Club? I am the eyes and the ears of this institution, my friends. Yes. So he's been in Moscow a long time. So he knows what's going on. He knows the cop deal. He knows the kid deal. So he's just the eyes and the ears. That's why he knows a lot of information. Not only that, the kids talk. So when the kids got there in the morning, they spread all those kids, they all know the truth. They all know what's going on. They can't talk. They're the ones that are under the gag order, really.
Well, I mean, I think that they know what's going on too, but I don't know that is to be the truth.
I don't think that
I mean, at this point, the whole case, because Moscow is not releasing everything, all we can do is speculate and go off of what they've done release. What they haven't released, we can't say is the truth. Just like we can't say the house is a drug house because we don't know that that's the truth. And like I said, I know for a fact that some of these families watch my channel, and I don't want that coming from my channel, that this house was a drug house where their kids were murdered.
Are you reading your chat?
Who?
You. Are you reading your chat?
No, I was grabbing a drink. Hold on. Okay, wait. Which comment am I looking for?
All of them.
All of them. Let's see. Hold on. Let me catch up real quick. Moonville, I can't remember if I said hi to you. If not, welcome to chat. Okay, wait. I just saw I was tagged in something. Please ask which cams we saw she is talking about is doctored. Also, when does she think the time frame actually occurred? Okay, so Michelle, they're talking about the cams that you were talking about that was doctored. They're wanting to know which ones you were talking about.
the cams that were doctored, all of them. The grub truck, some of the body cam, the Banfield body cam, a lot of the body cam.
Okay, how do you know that to be truth?
You
just got to look at it.
Can I say something real quick, please? So can I just say, people in the beginning were saying that it was a drug house, it was a trap house. Can I just tell you from personal experience, this is not a trap house. This is not a drug house. This is, I can't see any of this happening in this house. In my opinion, I don't think there were hardcore drugs there. Maybe weed, but in my opinion, I don't think that there were hard drugs there. I just can't see what the the lifestyle they had. Me seeing videos of them, their while they were alive, things they were doing, videos and just stuff like I can't see it.
I mean, think of it like this: as much as the media has been covering this, if this was a known drug house, wouldn't the media have came out with that?
Yeah, just because this DoorDash guy says, or the Uber, whoever it was that said they know the house, it's a known drug house or whatever, that one person said that, and the whole freaking world took it and ran with it. And that's where all of this crap came from. That one person that dropped them off at home. We don't even know who the hell that was, though.
You guys have me wrong. I'm not saying it was a drug house, like.
No, that's what you said. You said it was a drug house. You did say that.
They did drugs. They did drugs.
But you said it was a drug house.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful to your chat, but we all.
Wait, do what now? Wait. Hold on. Wait. Your thing muted for a second. What'd you say?
I think people have forgotten how to debate appropriately because it's okay to agree to disagree. I disagree with you.
Okay, that is fine. But like I said, but you said that this was a drug house, but you have no proof. You're not speculating. You are coming out saying that you have the GD truth and you have no proof. And I've asked you what proof you have and you can't give it to me. You're saying that every single one of these cameras are doctored. And then when I ask you, how do you know? Wait, let me speak. And whenever I ask you, how do you know that? You just say, all you got to do is watch them. We've all watched them.
All you got to do is watch them.
I have. Hey, JJ, how are you?
Can I say one thing, please, though? Even though it's a debate and you want to debate on the topic, this is Scarlett's channel, and we have to respect that
Well,
if
I'm
she
not
doesn't
gonna. I'm
want
not.
it on there?
I'm not gonna let somebody sit here and say that that was a drug house when I know for a fact that these families are watching these channels, and that is very disrespectful to the families. To say that their kids were at a drug house, were living at a drug house, running a drug house when their kids, they've literally lost their kids to a senseless murder, and there's absolutely no proof to back it up.
So we can't talk about the possibility of truth.
But you said, but the thing is, though, in my chat, you said, I know the GD truth. I'm asking for the truth, and you can't give me the truth.
There's so much truth out there that nobody's talking
Then
about.
tell us what it is. What is the truth? That's what I'm asking you, but you can't give it.
I've posted the truth. It's all there.
Where?
She wants concrete evidence that the truth is factual, not speculation.
Have to go through the body cam that luckily, you know what? If Truth and Transparency did anything, any justice in this case, you know what she did? You know what Lana did? She pulled all those body cams because that's your evidence right there to bust out this whole freaking thing.
Are you saying that Truth and Transparency put out doctored videos, doctored body cam footage? No, because you said all of the cameras. Wait, you said don't talk over me. You said all of the cameras in this case are doctored. So therefore, you're saying that Truth and Transparency put out doctored body. Oh, hold on, bitch! Don't come on my motherfucking thing. Oh no! Come on here, think you're gonna talk over me and then holler at me?
Okay, sorry about that. Judy, are you still with us?
Hello?
Hey, I'm sorry about that, Scarlett. I was just trying to get her to not disrespect her channel.
No, it's fine, but don't. She's not going. She got the wrong one. She thinks she's gonna come over here screaming at me. Don't think so.
I was sitting here quiet because I just knew I could tell by Scarlett's voice it was going up.
She better go to the different part of the fucking playground and find another playmate with that one.
It's one thing to say something that would shock us all, but give us your receipts.
The whole chat was like, shut up, dude. Like, what are
Especially
you
when you come
talking
in and
about?
you're saying, I know the GD truth. Well, what the hell is the GD truth then? And when I ask for it, you can't give it.
The truth is not speculation. The truth comes with concrete facts that you can produce right here and say, this is the truth. Bam. If you can't do that, then it's not the truth. It's your opinion and speculation.
I was awake, King Scarlet, throughout this whole thing.
How did she sleep?
I just know, Scarlet, when you several months ago, if you said the word Venmo, and I would sit here and wait for it because this was like free entertainment. And when I heard this go down, I was like, another free entertainment.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing at some of the comments in here.
I'm so mad right now. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm not even paying attention to the chat.
It's okay. I'll pay attention for you.
I just don't like people. Go ahead.
Rugger 22 said, speaking of drugs, she was on some laugh out loud.
I mean, don't come in here saying that the house and then try to backtrack on what you said. She clearly said the house was a drug house. I know
and then
for
she
a fact
tried
that
to blame it on Lana.
Right. That's what I asked her. I mean, she said every single one of these videos, all the body cam footages have been doctored. So therefore she's saying that Truth and Transparency is putting out doctored body cam footages. That's what she said.
Yeah, we are so sorry for this little debacle that just happened.
She didn't have the truth, White Widow baby. She was doing nothing but spewing out bullshit. But I know for a fact that at least one of these families watch these channels, not just mine, but other channels as well. I will not have any of these victims' families disrespected in any way whatsoever. And her sitting here saying that these kids lived in a drug house when there's absolutely no proof of it, that has never even been brought up in the media.
And that's
I'm not
just
going to
what
put
I
up
was
with it.
talking about. Right there is what I was just talking about, Scarlett, when I said people go from one channel to the other and, you know, spread misinformation like that. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Now, who, somebody in here that's in the bushes or something might go back and say, "Oh, I heard that." You know what I mean? Like you just don't do that.
Right. Hold on one second, Paige. I'm getting the link for you. And the Crystal, there's no reason to be sorry. I'm sorry that y'all had to hear all that.
I don't know. I found it wildly entertaining.
But I mean, I was sitting here and I was trying to let her talk, but I told Troll I was getting pissed off.
Oh, we could tell you was getting pissed off. Like I've never seen you like that at all, and that's why I like muted myself. But I was trying to help you out by getting her to understand. But yeah, I could tell by the way you was replying to her that you was getting that little,
Right.
Louisiana attitude.
Yeah. Werewolf Queen, thank you so much for that super chat. She said, thank you for having the families back. Well, you're very welcome. I mean, oh shit, I hit the wrong thing. I'm not gonna have those families disrespected. They've been through enough. I mean, they're having to deal with the fact that their kids have been murdered, and they're having to deal with this whole trial thing and everything else. They have too much on their minds right now. Then I have to come in and see what's being said on YouTube and some bullshit like that.
Emerald Queen Lost is asking you a question.
Okay, wait, let me find it. Wait,
It says, do you want to show?
Oh, the other light pictures. Yeah, hold on one second. Let me grab those. I gotta get to the other.
I knew Scarlett could handle it herself. I just could tell she was getting upset, and I didn't want her to start stressing out too much.
Oh no, when she gets upset, we're better off just to shut up and let her go. It gets over quicker.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, y'all. I really was trying to hold it in.
No. I was waiting. I was surprised you did it so nicely for so long.
King Scarlet, I got your email, honey. I will email you back once I'm done with the chat or done with the live. I'll get back to you.
Okay. Todd
after
says
she forwards mine.
Huh?
I said after she forwards mine.
Yeah, I got to do yours too. Okay.
Todd Russell says, Stone Gator, can you shout out Judy? She predicted the ending. Shout out Judy.
I typed in chat, this isn't going to end well.
Oh, I didn't see that. I didn't see
Melissa,
that.
thank you, honey.
Hey, y'all, my husband's back.
Okay, let me download these pictures real quick because Emerald Queen has sent some more of those light pictures. So these are, I think these are clear. And it may show a little bit better how much light they put off.
Actually, the minute that woman folded her arms.
Oh, yeah, I saw it. Well, I don't like to use the GD word. I don't. But when she come in my chat talking about, I know the GD truth. Well, if you're going to put it like that, I want to know the GD truth. Like, don't throw that out there that you know it. I want to know what the truth is. And when I ask for the truth, you can't give it.
It's when you asked her for something and she folded her arms, I went, okay, here we go. Round one, ding, ding.
She couldn't give the truth because she doesn't know the truth. Just like I don't know the truth and nobody else knows the truth. We only know what has been put out in the PCA and what is put out in those warrants that came back and all of those court documents. That's the only truth that we know. That is it. Wait, she was in another chat saying that Ethan and Zana are still alive because she found them on a Truth Finder site. That's the bullshit right there I'm talking about, Simple Butterfly. That bullshit right there of saying stuff like that. And it's just, and I'm not talking about you, Simple Butterfly, but
wow,
saying stuff like that. And these families see it. That's what I'm talking about. That right there, that is disrespectful to the families.
Well, you know that okay, let's be realistic here. That person's going to go to another chat room and say the same thing.
And you know
So,
what?
so
If it's not
what
a
it
conspiracy channel, then they're gonna call her out on her bullshit.
right, but what I'm saying is, remember the F around and find out?
For
Troll just
us
said she
there, I
Troll just
forgot
said
what
she's
that
into
meant.
Justin, y'all.
Well, she should join his channel or her channel or
God.
their channel or that channel.
Y'all, I'm still mad. Oh my God. I don't like it, and like I said, Simple Butterfly, I'm not talking about you whenever I said that. You were just letting us know what she's been saying. So when I say that, please don't think I'm talking about you. But her going in other chats and saying that Ethan and Zana are still alive. What
What?
off the wall bullshit is that?
Yeah. Didn't they have funerals?
Zana was cremated and Ethan was buried in Washington.
Okay. That pretty much proves that.
Can I change the topic for 1 second and maybe make you smile, Scarlett?
She believes to be true. Okay, hold on. Wait 1 second. Sarah M said, I think she was freely speaking what she believes to be true. Okay. Now, Sarah, she said that she knew the GD truth. And when I asked her for that truth, she couldn't give it to me. She blatantly said on my panel that the kid's house was a drug house. And I asked her, how did she know that? She couldn't give it to me. Then she said that every video, body cam footage and the food truck video, was altered. And I asked her, how did she know that? And she said, all you got to do is watch it. Well, I asked her if she is saying that Truth and Transparency is putting out doctored videos, and she wanted to backtrack. And then she tried to backtrack on the kids living in a drug house. She claims to know the truth, but when you ask for it, she can't give it because she doesn't know it, just like nobody else knows the 100% truth. We only know the truth as what is being put out in the court documents, and that's it. Everything
Like
else they're holding to their close to them.
someone said in your chat when she was still on panel, which is the truth, you only know the truth if you was there.
Exactly. Let's see. We all speculate, but nothing should be claimed as absolute. Yes, that is true, Sarah. I mean, that's what we're doing. We've been speculating, and like I said, we go over what we see in these court documents when they release them on the website. But just to come out and say, I know this to be 100% true, or I know that this is the truth, or I know the GD truth, but then you can't give it, then no, you don't know the truth. And saying that Ethan and Zana is alive, that is complete disrespect to the families as well. Complete disrespect. I'm crazy. Okay, Stone Gator, go ahead. What was you saying?
I just wanted to tell you I'm being pushed off of the bed. My dog is taking up all of the bed, and I'm on this little bitty end right here. And my dog is taking up like the whole thing, y'all see? So I'm about to fall off the bed. I just wanted to maybe make you smile because my dog's pushing me off the bed.
Yeah, that kind of sounds like my dog when he's up in the bed. Good job, Colin. Thank you, Dana. I just don't like the fact that the families, that's what pisses me off the most, is disrespecting the families. The families have been through enough. And if you don't have
Well,
respect for
Scarlett,
these
you've
families,
been way overdue for a good explosion.
yeah, that is true. But it's just the point. If you don't have respect for at least the families, and you don't respect the victims.
Well, wait, but you missed the big point. If they don't have respect for your room, they're sure not going to have respect for the family.
No, but I would rather her have. And I love everybody in here, and y'all know that. But if it came between me and the families, I would rather her choose to have respect for the families. You know what I'm saying? Because they've been through too much.
I understand that, but you're in control of here.
Well, I get that. It's just it upsets me when people disrespect the families. I don't like that. Oh wait, who was wanting a link?
Oh, did Paige ever come up here?
No, she didn't. And I put the link out for her.
Yeah.
Charles having problems with his. Let's see, 20 years on Leo, and I can't say I've never heard so much. I don't understand it. Hey Ray, how are you? I don't understand it, Chrome Crazy. I don't. The way I see it is put yourself in these families' shoes. Would you want somebody saying that about your child who had been murdered? I wouldn't.
Oh, can one of the mods click on her channel or no, if they can find one of her comments and see what kind of video she posted? Because yeah, she said something about posting videos, like someone said on your in your chat.
Let me see. I think I'm sub to her. Vivian, how are you?
Whenever you are grieving because your child, your very, very young adult child, was grossly, like horrendously murdered in one of the worst possible ways, slaughtered, you can say, and you're gonna turn around and say, oh, they're lying. Those two didn't get murdered. Dude, you don't say that when they have, this was like, oh, I'm sorry, it just pisses me off. Like, you can't tell a grieving family that you can't tell the internet that their freaking kid isn't dead when they freaking bury
Exactly.
all the shit they went through, emotionally, probably physically, everything, all that they are going through, and you're gonna turn around and be like, yeah, no, they're still alive, dude. No, you don't do that.
That is crazy. They buried Ethan, and Zana was cremated, and they had I guess a funeral or memorial service with her. I did see a picture where they had somebody had taken a picture of where they had a picture of Zana with her urn in front of it.
Paige said she just posted a short. Go look ASAP.
I swear to God, y'all. Hold on.
Is it about Scarlet?
Oh shit, my battery's about dead on my phone. She can talk shit about me all she wants. I could give two shits less. Because all people's got to do is come look at mine and they'll see what was said.
Venmo.
Bullshit that she was spewing.
Y'all, maybe she did this crap to like get subs for her channel, because not everybody wants to know what her channel is. Go watch her short ASAP, Paige. I thought you was coming up here, Paige. Well, I have never heard you so quiet, Miss Judy.
And one more round up for the Lindas and Karens. That's what's up. Okay, I don't know.
I'm enjoying it.
Can we put some hearts up in the chat for the victims and their families, please? Show them some love after that horrendous conversation we just had.
Okay, when did she put this one out? Just got off of live and can now see the cancel culture and lack of ability to debate. It's not a debate when you come on somebody's panel and say you know the truth, and you're spitting out bullshit from your mouth and claiming that it is the truth and that it is fact. There is no debate in that. I called you out on your bullshit and you didn't like it.
She got mad because you kicked her off of your panel and made a short about it.
She can get the fuck over it. You want to know how many fucks I have to give? Zero. Zero. Absolutely none.
Okay, back to the subject at hand, I guess. That person did, that person. Don't be doing that, person, wherever you are. If you're listening in the bushes, don't do that. That makes you look like a piece of shit.
Okay, hold on, y'all. I gotta plug my phone up. It's on 15%.
Well, plug it in.
Yep, I am.
Oh my God, Stevie Irwin, whenever you put, oh no, just waiting for Scar to get the truth part, when you put Scar, I'm thinking of the Lion King. Isn't that the lion's name, Scar?
Paige, I saw them, but I'll watch them later. I'm not worried about it right now. And Paige, did you still want to come up? Let's see. Rich said, I'm sorry, a relative of my family was murdered in Fresno, California in 2005, and we saw a picture of the body, closed casket. You will never unsee that. Saying it never happened, unbelievable. Rich, I'm sorry that you and your family had to go through that. Danielle, how are you? Hey, Gigi, how are you?
And if she's trying to come out with some crap about Ryan and the Kylie Rodney thing, that's not what he was talking about. So I hope she's not coming out with bull crap like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because that people misunderstood Ryan totally. And I just hope that, yeah, don't do that, dude.
All right, hold on. I'm putting the link back out in case Paige wants to come up. Okay. Stevie, did you want to come up?
Is Stevie Irwin from Australia?
I don't remember if he's ever said where he's from or not. He could be. See, all I can say is drugs are bad and empathy is sorely missed with her. Okay, I never liked her. She always says something like that. Yeah,
I thought we were going to have to call Vapor in.
I thought we were going to have to call the Ghostbusters.
Crime Solver, thank you so much for that super chat. She said she wouldn't do well with swear George. She's my ears. Thank you for that super chat. Okay.
I'm sorry. I have no reason to talk about people's looks, but she looked like she was up for days and needed to wash her hair. I'm sorry. I would not have cammed up.
Hey, El Guapo, how are you? Okay, how can one debate something without receipts? It makes one like princess. That's what I think.
Exactly, princess.
Okay, probably on friends. Chris Ann, how are you? Yeah, if I've missed y'all coming in, I do apologize. But thank you for joining us. Marissa, you didn't miss much.
I'm always nice, King Scarlet News. What you talking about?
Okay, is Paige still in here?
Maybe she's trying to come up.
Okay.
You know, it takes a minute.
Yeah. And if anybody else wants to come up, you're more than welcome to.
She said, I'm trying to find my earpods. Give me a few.
Okay, that's fine. If you need me to, Paige, to put the link back in for you, just let me know. Let's see. Wait, I just seen Angela. How are you?
Okay, King Scarlet. I wonder if Michelle's related to Kim in any sort of way.
I don't know. I mean, we haven't heard from Kim either since what?
She just popped up and vanished.
Yeah, it's been several weeks now. Let's see. I would come up, but it's past quiet time in the house, and I'm Italian, and we don't have an inside voice. Okay, Rich, that's fine. But anytime you want to come up, you're more than welcome to.
I know I'm loud too when I'm on panel or when I go live, and if it's late at night, I try not to wake everybody up.
Hey, sorry, I meant no harm at all. Sarah, you're fine. There's no reason to apologize. I'm just trying to catch up with everybody's comments as well. I know I probably have missed a lot of them. And every time I try to scroll up, my chats is it keeps bouncing for some reason. I'm not that loud right there. Okay. All right, I'm gonna put it back out.
Come up here, H-Town Finest.
Yeah, I mean, there's the link if anybody wants to come up.
I don't bite.
Thank you, 9mm. That's why I was like, Scarlett, are you reading your chat? Because like everyone in the chat was like, what is she talking about? Like, are you on drugs? Get down, blah blah blah. So I wanted you to know your chat was like not happy.
You don't have to explain yourself. We all knew what you were doing.
Hey, y'all, I gotta mute for just a second. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I guess this is where we tap dance.
Tap dance. How about we do ballet instead?
Whatever.
Or we can go ice skating.
I know how to do that.
Do you live in the northern United States or no?
Yeah, I'm in Vermont.
Okay, I'm back. Okay. All right.
Is it still cold weather up there? Oh,
I haven't been out in several days, but
H-Town Finest, yes, you can come up. Hold on, let me grab a link.
Yeah, Michelle.
Crime crazy? I am too. Let's see, what time of night was Kohberger arrested? Vivian, they raided the house. It was between 1 and 1:30. I believe it. Hold on, I can tell you. Give me just 1 second. Let me grab the warrant thing on it, and then that way I can tell you the exact time.
Vivian, that's what I was thinking too, because they were talking about it being like in the middle of the night and everybody was in bed and they went bust, you know what I mean? But if he was actually awake in the kitchen?
Well, if y'all remember, we first heard it was like 3 o'clock in the morning, and
Right.
that was during the time. That was like during the time, like right after he had been arrested, and they were saying, "Oh, it happened at like 3 something in the morning." Okay, let me find and hold on. I'm gonna pull it up where everybody can see it.
He was arrested 12:30 and SWAT came in at 1:30 a.m.
Okay. Wait, I gotta zoom out of this. It does have a time. I just gotta find it. Okay, time of search approximately 1:25. So it would have been 1:25 a.m. So let's see. And this is the search warrant on the house. So let's see. That one says time of search 1:25 a.m. And it was the search warrant was issued December the 29th at 4:35 p.m. and they had until December the 31st at 4:35 p.m. to serve it. So that's what 48 hours they had.
So do y'all think he was in his kitchen at 1:30 in the morning going through the trash?
It says in the kitchen area, so I'm wondering if they meant the kitchen or if like a dining room, or you know how some houses will have like the kitchen and then like a little breakfast area, what they call a breakfast nook or whatever. Like they, even with that, they wasn't that descriptive, just in the kitchen area. Oh, let me find that.
So Rich says, I'm in Las Vegas, Nevada, which is Las Vegas. My question was about Ann Taylor's request for help. I think she is quitting the case after the prelim hearing. Everyone's thoughts. My thought is no, she's going to stay on this case and rack up them bucks.
Yeah, didn't
She
they
needs
say
this
that?
case.
Didn't they say that one attorney that was on there talking with Bryan Inton tonight, that with it being a death penalty case, that they needed 2 death penalty qualified attorneys on it. So that's why because she had to motion the court in order to have co-counsel appointed. And then that was done Friday, March the 3rd. And then Monday, March the 6th, the order was put in to appoint co-counsel. And honestly, I mean, they then sent the discovery the prosecution has over to the defense. She's probably looking at it, all this stuff that they have, and it's like, yeah, they're going to go for the death penalty case, even though they haven't let us know yet. You know, like I said, she's experienced at it. She knows what's up with it. What else? Hey, Alley Cats, how are you? Cat pictures in case you needed something cute to like. Okay, thank you, Emerald Queen. I will check that as soon as I'm done here.
Yes, if you just coming in, rewind a good 10 minutes and you'll see.
Okay, so
You
wait,
missed it.
what am I looking for? Just the time on this, right?
The time he got arrested.
Okay. So, okay.
But you said 125.
Yeah, well, that was the search. So let me go to I want the one that they did where they say all of the stuff that was found on him. I got to find that one because that's going to have the time on it. Search, let's see, return of search warrant. This may be it. Some of these I just downloaded in PDF form and I didn't name them when I did it. Okay, so wait, 1/9/20. Wait, what is this? Why does this say time of return 1500 hours? So that would be 3 o'clock in the afternoon. What is this? Okay, oh, that's not the right thing. Hold on just a second, y'all. Search warrant. I gotta get better at naming my stuff. Elizabeth Lander, how are you? Oh my gosh. I don't know what this one. This is just a single page. Where the heck? See you too yet.
Yeah, there is a guy working under her. I don't know if he's new or not.
That's Jay Logston. He is just, I think, a litigation attorney. I don't know if I don't know if he would be considered a death penalty or death qualified attorney or not. Okay, so here's the one. Let me get this one pulled up. This is the one when they arrested him and took, we saw like all the Under Armour stuff and all that. But it says time of search approximately 1:25 in the morning as well. So they all say the same thing. Yeah, putting up bullshit. Yes, y'all please hit the thumbs up.
So I have a question.
Okay.
If there are 3, let's just say there's 3 qualified death penalty cases that could take this case. Are all 3 of them going to be working on this case together, or just one qualified death penalty attorney needed, or do all of them need to be death penalty qualified?
I think they have to have at least 2. So she would be the main counsel, like his first chair main attorney. Then the next one that has been appointed would be co-counsel, or they also call it a second chair. If anybody after that is brought on to help with it, I don't think they have to be death penalty qualified. I think they just have to have at least 2 to work on it. And it's a big case, and that might also be the reason why she's asking for it to be appointed now. Now, like the guy said a minute ago that was talking with Bryan Inton, they updated the roster, the death penalty qualified attorneys in Idaho. They updated that roster the first part of March. So maybe she knew that they were going to update it and that's why she waited until after March to do it. That way they have a new roster. They can kind of go from there.
So the deadline was passed already. So the prosecution has passed everything in discovery over to the defense, or are they still waiting for more stuff?
They, I believe they passed over everything that they had, and they said in there that, and I can grab that as well. They said that if they come up with something else, that they would hand it over, and then they also asked, for the defense to do the same. And at the time, the defense said that they didn't have anything to turn over at that time. Now that doesn't mean that they're not going to have something, later on, but
And something else that I wanted to talk about the other day and I forgot, and Rich is bringing it up. Okay, so remember we were talking about the firing squad and what states have it and South Carolina's issue and all that, and how you guys are saying that Idaho wants to bring the firing squad back.
Mhm.
Well, I'm assuming that Rich is saying I really don't see it being a fire squad. It will take 30 years before his appeals run out. I'll be 90. What I was thinking was, so it's going to be a while before this goes to trial. And then, like, between now and the time he's actually sentenced or whatever, if this firing squad becomes legal in that amount of, in that time frame or whatever, then
Mhm.
he absolutely could very well maybe possibly get the firing squad. It's not, because it's not legal now doesn't mean that he's not going to get, you know what I mean? I was thinking about that the other day.
Yeah, I think, okay, so the bill has been introduced for the firing squad. I don't know how long it's going to take. I don't know if they have to vote on it. Like, I don't know how all that works. But if it is brought in, um, he goes through all of his appeals, and the firing squad is, part of their death penalty thingy. If they cannot get the the chemicals for his death date, then because there will be a death warrant put out, and the way the lawmaker has put it, that they have 5 days to get the chemicals. If they can't get them in the 5 days, then the firing squad is brought in as a backup plan, instead of
Okay,
having to, because like with this other guy, what's his name, Gerald Pizzuto, he had a death date last year, and they had to cancel it because they couldn't get the chemicals. Well, then they ended up having to schedule it for the 23rd of this month. You see what I'm saying? So instead of, if they would have had the firing squad last year when they couldn't get the chemicals for his death date, then they would have had the firing squad as a backup.
Okay, another question. When is the last time Idaho actually executed an inmate?
Let's see.
And do you,
1950 something.
what is it?
Isn't it 1950 something?
Okay, well, we don't even need to talk about it. He ain't gonna be.
I want to say that Big Al came up on panel the other night and was telling me when it was, but I don't remember.
There's something about 1950 and 1980 something that sticks in my head, but either way, it's a long time ago.
Yeah, it wasn't here recently. Hold on. I want to say that I wrote it down when he was telling it to me
But
the other day.
when she asked that, when Stonegater asked that question, when was the last time?
Mm-hmm.
The last time was the last time there was a death warrant issued. You know what I mean?
The last death warrant that was issued was it was last year, and that's the one that they had to cancel on. And I have that dude's stuff. I can pull it up. The Gerald Pizzuto, I believe is how you say his last name. They actually have his court documents on the state of Idaho uh, website. It's his death warrant and something else. There's like two on there. Let me get it pulled back up here. They've got his death warrant and a scheduling order on there. So Jen says the last hanging was in 1957.
No, the last execution period.
Execution. Okay.
They said 2012 was Richard Levitt. 9mm says.
Okay. I thought the other day when Big Al came up on panel and he was giving me dates because he gave it to me for Idaho and Utah, I believe it was the other state, and it might have been one for California or something to do with California. I could have swore I wrote them down, but I don't know what I did with them.
Do you remember the amount that they said a death row inmate costs a year? Or
like
not a year, through their whole life on death row?
Yeah, that's the link you sent me the other night, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was like what, 3 million or something like that.
3
Not
point
not to mention.
2 something or 3 point something. I don't remember. But it was like whatever in the millions. It was a good bit.
Yeah, and not to mention all the lawyers you have to pay for his appeal.
Yep.
When I was Googling all that, I saw a question that said, is the firing, like getting killed by the firing squad, painful?
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, yes, it's very painful. However, they don't expect it. They want it to be painful. They don't want it to be painless. You know what I mean? Like, you're about to go out for your crime.
That lawmaker, that was one of the things that he said about the lethal injection, that it's whenever they do the firing squad, it's more humane because the lethal injection causes agonizing pain. I wouldn't. Who cares? That the person who is on death row and is going to be put to death did something very, very bad. I wouldn't give two shits less if they felt pain in their last few seconds of life.
They want them to. However, I did read that too, that the most inhumane way to kill someone is lethal injection.
And they're also saying another thing. I do remember this, that the lethal injection can be botched, where they're saying that the firing squad cannot be.
Y'all, is that bothering y'all? It's my fan squeaking. I'm used to it. Let me turn it off. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh, I wasn't even paying any attention to it.
When they said Australian crickets, I knew it was my fan. Hold on.
Exactly, Angie. They didn't care if they're victims or whatever it was that they did, families or whatever. They didn't care if they felt pain. So why would somebody being put to death? Why would they be worried about that? I mean, like I said, they had to do something extremely horrible in order to get the death penalty.
Right.
Wait.
So,
can we find out what's going on in the chat first? I need to know what this other woman's doing. Because they're like, did she call people bitches and stuff like that? Like, is she making more shorts? Like, they're talking. I want to know what's going on in the chat.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on just a second.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
I'm just trying to follow the chat and I'm totally confused. Oh my gosh, White Widow baby, she's something else. Well, I know I'm a bitch and I probably proved it to her, but I don't care. She's gonna respect this channel. Lost does.
She called us all bitches and wants people to join her. So you can come in and spit facts and truth without backing it up, but you got to have a crew. Okay. Hey, Cherokee Raider, how are you? I'm sorry. Daddy didn't raise no bitch. I can stand on my own. I don't need a crew. What's up with her needing a crew?
Because she can't back herself up.
Is she not woman enough to stand on her own?
She wanted to be woman enough to come up on this panel with bullshit.
I mean, she she wants the pow pow pow. Apparently, in her second short, she put a perfect. She.
Wait, what happened? Where's that? What you just read that again?
White Little Baby said she wants the pow pow pow. Apparently, in her second short, she put up her fist.
Oh my god.
Girl don't know. She don't
Girl,
want to
we'll
go there.
find out.
She don't. She don't. Trust me. She don't want to go there.
You got two people from Louisiana up in this bitch. You do not want to go. Well, I know there's more
She
in
don't know.
chat,
She don't know.
but
And
you
Clark,
better
I'm sorry,
recognize.
y'all. I don't know how Clark. Hey, 6 Cent, how are you? I don't know how long Clark has been sitting in the back chat.
Hello, Clark. Sorry.
Clark, I am sorry. I did not know you were sitting back here. I just saw you. How are you?
It's okay. I'm thoroughly entertained.
Wait.
But first of all, I want to applaud you on that earlier. That was good. And you gave her a chance, and you stood up, and it was actually good because you went head on with her. But I'm a good guy when it comes to conspiracies. I love a good conspiracy, but there's got to be some basis for it. There was none there. So
Exactly.
there's a lot of conspiracies surrounding this case, and most of them are absolutely ridiculous. But like the drug host thing. If anybody knows anything about people that sell drugs, they don't want to bring attention to themselves, and they wouldn't get themselves involved in something like that would happen in Idaho. And, that's my opinion and professional opinion too. So, anyway, yeah. But
Well, thank
I
you for
applaud you. I applaud you for taking that head on because I've seen a lot of podcasters that would just hang up and cut it off, but you went ahead at it, and I respect that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Did you
No
say your
problem at all.
professional opinion?
Yeah.
What is your profession, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, my profession and my life experience,
Oh, okay.
but I do have a background in law and stuff like that. Not
Oh, okay.
lawyerish, but uh,
I was just
corrections and
curious.
yeah, you can ask me whatever you want to. I mean, it's all good. We're all up here, and I enjoyed this. This was good.
Well, thank you. And Clark, real quick, someone was asking if you could turn your mic up a little bit. I don't think there's some in the chat that can't
Okay, hang on a second.
that can't
I've
hear
actually been
you.
having problems with. I'm on the phone the iPhone right now, and I think
Okay.
I've been having some issues with the mic. Can you hear me now?
Can everybody in chat?
Stevie said, never mind, I turned up my volume.
Stevie. And Rich, thank you so much for becoming a member and welcome to the family.
I'm going to be right back. I need a
Okay. Okay. Let's see, Pickle Sisters and
So
Crew.
what are we talking about here right now? Like I tuned in. I actually tuned in when you were in that conversation with the woman, and so I don't know what the
Just
whole.
pretty much Bryan Kohberger, like the whole Idaho 4 stuff and, stuff like that. We speculate a lot. I listen to people's opinions. I respect everybody's opinions. What got started with that whole conversation there was that she was coming on saying stuff as being facts and even put in my chat, I know the GD truth. And when I asked for the truth, she couldn't give it to me. Cherokee Raider, thank you so much for becoming a member and welcome to the family. And she just started just spewing, different stuff and saying that the kids, that their house was a drug house. And there's been absolutely no facts on that. And like I said, if that would have ever been an issue, the media, as much as the media has dug into this case, they would have brought that up. And it's never even been brought up in the media. And to me, that right there, these families have been through enough, and that is complete disrespect to the families.
Absolutely. I mean, was it a university party house? Yes. Could there have been drugs around that scene? Of course.
Right.
Let's not get it twisted. But you're talking about a drug house where people go to buy drugs. It's just it's absolutely ridiculous.
Right. Because there's no fact, like there's no facts to it.
There's no facts. And I've heard, like, even before Bryan Kohberger got arrested, there was a woman on a podcast from that area that swore up and down that these local drug dealers that run the town and blah 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 were involved. And I'm kind of like, listen, I lived in a drug neighborhood growing up. These guys don't want any extra attention on them, and for two, they wouldn't get involved in something like this, like at all. So, I just it makes me mad when people say it was a drug house, trap house. They live in a
Right.
university town. There's liquor and drugs around, yes, but were they selling drugs out of their house? No. Was it a drug house? No. Like it's
Yeah,
just ridiculous to me. Like there's a lot of victims in this case here, and kids
exactly.
really, and it's for them to try to like smear with that kind of stuff. There was a guy, he was a psychopath. It's pretty cut and dry right now what his intentions were, and they got a lot of evidence. I know there's a lot of conspiracies about the other guy that got shot, killed in the shootout, and Buddy that lived next door, in man and stuff like that. But I
Hmm.
honestly believe it was just Bryan Kohberger, and that's why it was so sloppy because he found that night he had to do it, and he rushed and he made a lot of mistakes, and I think that will all come out when the trial happens.
Yeah, yeah.
When
We've actually got. Let's see. Today is the 10th now. We actually have 107 days left until June the 26th.
She's
oh
counting down.
I've got it counted down on my calendar.
yeah, but that's just a preliminary hearing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be for the whole week from June the 26th until I believe the June the 30th.
So is that just the discovery and all that stuff?
Yeah,
The
it's
prosecution.
just the
Okay,
prelim.
so
Yeah.
we're not going to see this case go to trial for a long time. So it's going to
Correct.
be a
Oh God,
long
it could
one.
be 2024, 2025.
Right,
Yeah,
but
but
we'll know in June. We'll know what they got, though. We don't
Yeah,
have to wait until he goes to trial. We're going to know a lot of most of
yeah.
the stuff for the in June because that's what they need to present to in order to charge him with bring him to trial.
Hmm. Yeah,
well,
because
I mean,
he's going to
they
enter
got so
his
much
plea,
now.
right? And yeah, they have. We're only probably seeing 5% of what they have. Uh,
5%?
if that much, honestly.
Wow, I think they probably got about 50. I think the key is the knife, and I think they do have the knife.
I'm curious
You
though, that
really
knife
think
that
so?
is I'm wondering if the knife that they just put number one item that they took from the house knife. I'm wondering if that's the knife because it's funny how they describe the Smith and Wesson pocket knife and they describe the Taylor cutlery knife with the sheath, but they didn't describe the other one. And they
I
can
didn't
always
even
go
know. I
back at
didn't.
another time and describe that one.
Yeah, I didn't even know that they took knives out of his house. But I think they do have the knife, whether it was left in the scene or I I think they have it. So I
What
think
makes
they
you
got it.
think that? If you don't, I mean,
What makes me think that is their reluctancy to talk about it.
I don't agree with that. I mean, I just don't agree with them having it and not just talking about it. They're not talking about anything.
Well, they got to. They like I said, Scarlett just said 5%. She thinks they put out there. I'm thinking like 50. So
No,
they
all
got
we know is what they needed in order to get arrest warrants or search warrants. That's all we know
right.
is
Yeah,
really truthful. All we know is what they found at his house and at his parents' house.
parents' house.
That's all we really know.
And they
Well,
basically tore the
he had
car
two
apart.
apartments, right? He
No,
had
he just had one apartment and it was in Pullman.
okay. So they took stuff out of there, and
Yeah, they
you
took
know,
it was like
it's my opinion that they have the knife that they were looking for, because I feel like he would have kept it as a
mm,
trophy. But that's
yeah,
just my opinion.
yeah.
Right.
I'm curious to see once it goes to court. The Krista, thank you so much for being a member for 4 months. And she said none of you are bitches. I love this family. Well, we love you too, the Krista. Thank you. But yeah, I think he kept the knife too. And I've said that from the beginning. That I'm thinking that he would look at that knife as being almost like his best friend, like they've been through
Right.
something, uh,
The
Yeah,
trophy,
something
yeah.
I
very
think we agree.
serious, and they got through it together, and they did it together, like almost like a best friend, like you do everything together and all this and that. I'm thinking that that's what he may think of that knife as. Uh, I, he
It's a
possibly could have
trophy.
hid it, right? I mean, he possibly could have hit it.
He could have,
And
but
only
he also
he.
didn't think he was going to get caught. He thought he was committing the perfect crime
Oh yeah,
at the time.
he was completely cocky with that and thought that
Right.
he was smarter than the cops and all that.
And he probably took a couple little things from the host too. I think put them in his pocket or his hoodie or whatever. It was like little small things to remind
Hmm.
him of what
But
Yeah.
that whole situation.
yeah,
Y'all
there's
would
like
shit on yourself if they came out with that knife.
I would be
I
happy.
hope you're streaming it. If it's televised, I hope you're streaming it because I'll be like up in this chat going off.
I mean,
No, but
I don't think
that's
them having the knife or not having the knife is too significant based on they have the DNA on the knife sheath. But I do think that if they had the knife and it has his DNA on it, just whatever type of DNA it is, and those kids' DNA on it, because he, his OCD wasn't kicked in enough that at the time that he cleaned it and he left something on it, and that would basically seal the whole deal. Hey, Joanne, how are you?
yeah. I don't think
That
he
would
would have
seal his
cleaned it
face.
at all. I don't think he would have cleaned it at all, to be honest with you.
You
I
don't
think
think?
he was that confident that he pulled off this, and I think this is just my opinion that he probably didn't even clean it. If they got it, they probably definitely got DNA off of it
Hmm.
from him. And my biggest thing is like, are they gonna find with his phone? Was it in the house prior? Like they said, he was in there 12 times. I definitely think he knew the layout of the house, and I definitely think he might have snuck in or he was there beforehand to be able to go in, know where they are, come down. Like he definitely surveilled them pretty good. But I want to see if he was in the house, and I think he was multiple times before this actually went down.
Yeah, I mean, I even talked about that the other night when it was said that he was at the house 12 times. All but once he was there late at night or early in the morning. So I'm wondering
Yeah,
if maybe he, and I think Judy might have said something like a dry run. Did he like sneak up to the house, see if any doors were unlocked, was windows unlocked? Like, could he get there without, uh, being seen or being heard, or get into the house and get the layout and without waking people up, but at the same time if something popped off, he was ready. Like if he had to do it then, he was prepared to do it then if he got called in the house. Um,
I
I'm
think so.
curious to know
I
that
think
too.
so too. But I think he I don't know, man. I think like they're university students or they're in school in the daytime, and that would have been a good time to like go in and sneak around and stuff. And obviously, he was surveilling them for a while and following one of them on Instagram and stuff, so he knew what was going on in that house in that area. So I definitely think he was there. I don't know if he was there in those. It could have been those hours, but maybe he
Hmm.
left his phone at home a couple times and drove there and snuck in and because you have to have major confidence to go into a house like that and try to pull that off. And like, you just think about if you don't know the layout of a house and you just walk in, you're kind of like in the blind. But
Yeah.
he obviously knew where he was going. He knew where he was going. He didn't bother going downstairs. So he definitely knew where he was going. He did his homework
Yeah,
and
because
I think
when you're coming out of the living room into the little I guess little hallway or foyer or whatever, right there where Dylan's door is, there is a step right there. So
yes,
he had to have known whether it's through pictures or watching videos like the kids social media when they did TikTok videos and Instagram videos and all this and that. Like he had to have known that that step was there because there's no way you can just go in blind the first time and kill four people and not trip over that step.
well he could have tripped over it too. We don't know. That could have been the banging that they heard, or Zana heard, like the bang. Like he could have very well tripped on it, but yeah,
See,
I
I'm
mean
wondering
that's
because I'm thinking maybe if he would have tripped on it, and I mean, you could be right, but I'm thinking, hey, EF, how are you? I'm thinking if he would have tripped on it, they would have put that in the PCA because Dylan would have heard that. And that could have been a reason for her to get up and open her door to see what was going on outside of her door,
yeah.
unless
I
she just
mean,
didn't hear it.
she said she heard certain things, and it's weird. The whole thing is weird with her hearing
Right.
the I'll help you stuff. And I don't think she was like, I don't get that whole thing because, you know, I just to her, I don't get the whole thing with her, but I'm just,
Mhm.
I think he actually acted alone and did it alone. I don't think he had any help or anything like that, but, the whole thing with her is definitely strange. I mean, everybody acts the shock a different way, but that's
Right.
the whole thing with her is very strange. And you know, you would think that she would text her roommates after that and say, "Are you okay? I heard stuff," and we don't know if she did or
Yeah.
not. We'll find that out. We'll
No,
find that
because
out later. But
they only put in that PCA enough to get the arrest warrant, and that was
yeah,
it. You know,
but they got a
they kept
lot. They got a
everything else.
lot. They got a lot on them. Like a lot more than what they got on Buddy from the Delphi. Like they got a lot more on Kohberger than they got on what's his name, Richard Allen from the
Yeah.
Delphi case.
I
Like they
honestly,
don't got a lot
I
of
had
him.
I haven't even followed that case. Like I knew that they called the guy. I knew that there was where he worked at. There was a his wanted picture there
Yeah.
and stuff like that. And now there's something about they're trying to connect that case to a case I believe in Kentucky of a couple who got murdered and has some
Yes.
similarities. But
Yes.
other
Yes.
than that, I haven't followed it.
Oh, what do you call it? The Murder Sheet podcast put out a podcast a couple days ago about that, and they were comparing the stuff. And anyway, they don't think it's connected, and I don't think it's connected either. But
Yeah.
the Delphi thing, like if you would have got into that from the beginning, it was pretty messed up. But the guy that they got in jail right now, Richard Allen, probable cause affidavit, they don't have nearly as much on him. Like not like they probably have 100th on him that they have on Bryan Kohberger right now.
Oh wow.
Yeah, but they got him because they went back and he said right from the beginning that he was on the bridge looking at fish and blah blah blah, and like they overlooked it. They just overlooked it, and when they
Did
went
they
back
get
and
lost or misplaced or something like that?
what's that?
Where he said something about him being on the bridge that day or something.
Yeah,
Wasn't that lost or something? And then they ended up
yeah,
finding it.
he reported to like a conservation officer or something like that, and then anyway through the process of all that stuff, somehow it got lost. But he put himself on the bridge
Oh
that
wow.
day and looking at fish around that time, and they just overlooked it, and then they went back and dug through all the stuff, and you know there was a lot of conspiracies with that whole thing, but right now I'm interested in seeing that because that's in June too.
Oh, is it?
That trial's supposed to be in June, I believe. So
Oh well. Turquoise, thank you so much
yeah,
for becoming a member. Welcome to the family. Yeah, I mean we've got let's see, Lori Vallows is April the 3rd. Sarah Boone's is scheduled for April the 10th. Then we've got Bronze in June, and then if Delphi's in June. And then I
yeah,
don't know when Chad Daybell's is going to be. They something about some new DNA evidence or something, and now they've done severed his and Lori's trials, and his is like going to be scheduled at another time. So we've got for the next year trials going on.
yeah.
They
Like Court TV, Court
separated.
TV's making a killing, like the
Court
Murdoch
TV,
trial. And, yeah,
yeah,
they're making
and
a killing.
so is yes, Marissa Sarah Boone's is April the 10th. Uh, Court TV, but what's the other one also? Is it Crime and Law?
Yeah.
Or Law and Crime or whatever. Yeah, they're making a killing off of it too.
Yeah, I mean everybody is really, and I enjoy this talking true crime stuff, and it gives the platform, it gives people to put in information and stuff, and I love it. Like it's I don't know why I love it. Like we shouldn't love true crime because it's true crime, and but it's good to
Right.
be able to get on air and share information and talk about it, give opinions and things like that. Because you know podcasts have caught criminals before, like the lady vanishes, if you guys know that case. Um, that was probably the first one, and there was another one too where a podcast actually helped catch the perpetrator and stuff. So it's awesome, man. I love it.
Yeah, it can be very addicting.
It is addicting, and why though? Like, why is it addicting? Like, why do we like this stuff? And it's true, and
It's
like, it's just I don't, I don't get it. But I'm like from the like, I like to think of myself as like from the law side and detective, and want to catch these guys. So that's my whole angle for it. Like the psychology around it is like second
right.
to me.
And getting justice for the families and the victims and stuff like that. And 9mm, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the family. So yeah, I mean it's very addicting.
Very addicting. Do you guys know anything about the Maura Murray case?
No, I don't.
Okay. All right. That's probably the one that introduced me to all this stuff and true crime, like the podcasts and things like that. So I got hooked on that, and it'll drive you crazy, that one.
It seems like every case that's came out lately, it's just like an emotional roller coaster.
Yeah, it is,
It's
man. It is. So it's like lately it's been crazy with all the stuff that's been going on.
yeah,
And there's been
like
a lot of stuff before too. We just didn't hear about it like we do
yeah.
now, you know.
I think when Gabby Petito's case, which there's always been true crime,
Yes,
or there has been for a while, but when Gabby Petito's case, when that happened, I believe that's what pushed true crime like it just kind of exploded, honestly.
it did. After that, it definitely did, and it was crazy. Like after her case, how many people got involved in it, and such a sad case too. And she was like a beautiful like girl. That
Yeah.
it was crazy. But I heard some stuff came out recently on that, but I didn't hear what it was that actually came out. But I was
Um.
watching a podcast that said there was some new evidence or new information on the case.
Okay. So the last thing that I've heard was that do y'all remember when Roberta Bryan Laundrie's mama had wrote this letter and on the envelope it says "burn after reading"? Well, Gabby's family are trying to get that, or their attorney is trying to get that letter because they think that it has uh, significance to what Bryan did and that Roberta knew about it. So Roberta comes out and tries to say, well, no, it has nothing to do with that. Me and Bryan, I wrote that letter to Bryan before they left to go to New York because they went to New York first before they left to go out west. And she's saying, me and Bryan, our relationship was strained, and Gabby had given Bryan this book that says "Burn After Reading." And it's something about a book that you can like write your thoughts in and just get it out if you don't have anybody to talk to or whatever, and then you burn it. And she said, so I wrote that to him or whatever. So she's basically trying to like dismiss the letter, saying that that's the reason why she wrote it to him. She was wanting Bryan to know how much she loved him, and then after he read it, she wanted him to burn it. Now, I didn't get to finish reading the whole paper thing on it, but somewhere in there she mentioned something about bringing a shovel. So
Really?
I got to finish reading it. What they were talking about, because I haven't got to read the actual letter because for whatever reason, FBI turned it over to Steve Bertolino, which is the Laundrie's attorney. Well, I don't understand why they turned it over to him, but they're trying to get it from Steve Bertolino, and something is in there about bringing him a shovel and all this and that. So that's going to be
That's
interesting
crazy.
too.
That's crazy. So what was your first thought about her saying bring a shovel? What would your first thought be about that?
Oh, I fully believe that Roberta Laundrie knew everything that Bryan did as soon as he did it. I think his mama was the first person he called and told what happened.
Probably.
Yeah.
I would say probably in the way they acted after the fact. Like I
Yep.
don't know. Like I don't listen. I don't have kids, but I could never like in that situation. If I had a son and he did something like that, it wouldn't be good for him. Just put it that way, because I don't know how they acted like that. But what would Gabby tell him to bring a shot? Was it the mother that wrote the letter or Gabby?
It was the mama. It was Bryan Laundrie's mama that wrote it to him.
Bring a shovel.
No, she told him in the letter supposedly that she would bring a shovel.
Okay. Before they went on this vacation.
Yeah, she's claiming that that's when she wrote it was before they went. 9mm, have a good night, honey. That she wrote it, and so that's why she don't understand why Gabby's family wants the letter because it was wrote before all this happened and all this and that. 9mm, can you email me tomorrow? Let me know how everything goes with your husband, please. Uh, Gabby's family believes it was wrote after they left, and that they're thinking that she knew what was going on
Yeah.
with Bryan and Gabby and what Bryan did.
Yeah. Well, even if it was during the trip, obviously something was going on. But that's pretty. I
Yeah.
can't even believe that because like she was such a sweetheart. Like you know, that's a tough. That's probably one of the toughest ones for me was her case because she was such a like a bright soul and like I don't get it, man. I really don't get it.
Yeah, and I don't like
That
how
whole
people
case.
keep putting the pictures of the two of them together up on stuff. Like
No,
that.
yeah, exactly. Like he was a piece of shit. He beat her up and the cops let him go and you know, maybe if they would have did something to him that time, like maybe things would have been different because you know, I don't know, but that was he was I don't she was such a great like look, I don't know her personally, but from all the stuff I've seen, she was just such a bright star and like I don't think he could handle that on the long term and
Mm-mm.
who knows? He was so controlling and probably and but why would you ever do something like that? It just that one was probably the hardest for me outside of like the Amy Mahalovic one.
Yeah.
But
I
I
don't
don't know
know.
if you
I don't understand it. These cases and why people want to kill people and kidnap kids
no, it's
and
crazy.
all that.
Like I don't get it either. And I work in a job where I have to like deal with deceased kids and bring them to the morgue and stuff, and that's not fun.
Oh
Like
wow.
it's yeah, it's not. And you're looking at them like man, like they never got the chance to do what I did, like just
Right.
live as a child, live as a teenager, go to junior high school, and like their life's cut so short. And sometimes, you know, it's from natural causes. Sometimes it isn't, and it's very sad because like it's I don't know, it's hard to explain, but when you things are done against kids, it's just horrendous, and it's I can't
Exactly.
imagine why anybody would want to harm a child or an animal, really, both. So,
Or
like,
old people, like elderly people.
yeah. I never seen that. I worked in an old age home for 6 years. I didn't see anybody try to harm an elderly person. But yeah, you hear
Yeah.
stuff that these true
It's
crimes they just
always it's people wanting to hurt people who can't defend themselves. They're bigger, they're stronger, they're more shape. And little kids or elderly people, they can't defend themselves against someone bigger and
yeah
stronger.
it's crazy and I don't get it. But I seen something about the police down somewhere. Then I'm from Canada, so but
Okay,
down in the
wait.
states.
Your break is he breaking up for anybody else in chat? I just need to know because if he's not, then I'm probably fixing to get kicked out of StreamYard.
It
Can you hear me
crackled a
now?
little bit.
Okay,
Yeah.
y'all were all breaking up. So if I get kicked out of StreamYard, just give me a minute and I'll come right back in because it's storming here. So
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but when you talk, it breaks up.
Okay, that could be my phone. I don't know.
It
But
it
yeah,
sounds
like
fine. It's just like that for her.
oh, it's just like that for you.
Okay,
Yeah,
see
because the chat's saying.
when Stone Gator's talking, she's breaking up also. So that, like I said, it's storming here. More than likely that usually when that happens, I get kicked out of StreamYard, but it'll take me a minute to come right back in, so it's fine.
Oh, okay, no problem.
So
I
if I
talk with a monotone voice anyway, so like I'm not a harsh speaker. It's monotone. So if you need me to speak up, just say speak up, and I will.
okay, I have no idea what he's saying, y'all. I'm sorry.
You
I'm
don't hear me?
basically, yeah, I can hear you. I just can't understand you because it's. Let me leave out of the studio. Y'all just stay up on panel, and y'all can talk to chat or talk amongst yourself or whatever. I'm gonna leave out of studio and then come right back in. So I'll be right back.
Bye.
Party time. Party time.
Can you
Light in
guys
the
hear me?
shadow.
Yeah, I can
Yes.
hear you. But you are low.
The thing is, I don't want to put it closer to my face because it makes my face look fatter. So I'm trying to like put it in and out. But yeah, no, it's probably my phone because I had some issues
I
earlier.
can hear you. I don't know. I can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yeah. I don't know if it's because I'm on StreamYard with you, but I can hear you fine.
I'm
Where in
not on
Canada are
stream yet.
you?
Nova Scotia.
Oh,
you know where that is?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You know where it is? You're in
Yes, I.
Louisiana, right?
No, not me. I'm in
No,
Vermont.
Okay.
man.
Okay, so there's a big connection between Nova Scotia and Louisiana.
French.
Yeah, so they kicked a bunch of the Acadian French out of Nova Scotia. I don't know what year, I can't quote the year, but they sent them to Louisiana. So like we have a connection to Louisiana from that
Yeah,
time period. I'm not French, but there is French here in the southern province that are related to a lot of the people down there in Louisiana.
really? That's
Okay,
cool.
I'm back.
Okay.
All right. I knew I was going to get kicked. Once y'all all start talking where I can't understand you, yep, that means I'm about to get kicked.
Can you
Yeah.
hear us now?
Yes, y'all sound good now.
Yeah, so Nova Scotia is like our main city, Halifax, which I live, is Boston's our sister city because we had an explosion back in 1917 that like just tore everything apart, and they came to our aid. So they're our sister city, and we're not that far from you guys, like as you think in Canada. Like I can get to Maine in 8 hours by
But
vehicle.
you can't get to Louisiana in 8 hours, probably 80 hours from Nova Scotia.
Well, I wouldn't drive. Listen, I one of my bucket list places is New Orleans, so I will be there. But I wouldn't drive there. I wouldn't even attempt to drive there. Be about a
Well, when I
40-hour
move
drive, I
back,
think.
I'm only from 30 minutes southwest of New Orleans. So when I move back, y'all let me know. We can go have a party.
Listen, I'm gonna get to New Orleans. Trust me. Like that's one of the places I want to get to, and I just love everything about it. The whole JFK like association with it. Like I love everything about it. But it's a crazy place from what I hear from a guy I work with. He went down there and he was like, oh, he went down there during Mardi Gras too. So he was telling me all about it. But I definitely want to get down there and check that out.
Wait, why is Christian putting crawfish in chat?
Because we
Chris,
talking
are
about
you
Louisiana.
Crawfish
from
is
Louisiana?
Yeah, crawfish is a Louisiana thing.
Oh, I know. I'm
We
from
know you're
Louisiana.
from here.
Oh, okay.
But I was
But did you
wondering if
guys?
he put it because that's why I was wondering if he put crawfish in the chat because that's where he's from Louisiana as well.
We don't have crawfish up here, but we have lobster, which you guys probably know nothing about.
No, I mean ours. You have to go to Walmart and
Red
get it out of a
Lobster.
tank.
You're not I'm telling you right now, if you guys ever get a chance to try lobster, like in like a New England state or even in Eastern Canada, try it because it's probably my favorite thing in life. But I know nothing about crawfish. I never had crawfish or gumbo, so
Oh my goodness gracious. That was funny. The only time I had lobster was at Red Lobster. Scarlett's head at the tank in Walmart.
what? Are you serious?
Scarlett buys her lobsters at the tank in Walmart.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
I'm back.
we got a tank here too. We got tanks here too in like the in the grocery stores and Walmart too. But and that's fine because it is lobster. But it's I'm not going to down it because it's still lobster. But yeah, there is lobster in tanks here, and it's like the biggest lobster province going. So
Scarlett, I'm picking on you. I don't eat lobster, but I love me some crawfish though.
Oh my God, girl, crawfish is just awesome. Okay,
I can't even I couldn't tell you what does it taste like.
Crawfish.
it depends on who cooks it, honestly.
Yeah,
It tastes like seasoning.
Yeah,
is
I
it
don't
meat
know, it's
tender or
just
is it
good.
tough? Tender meat or tough meat?
It's more
depends on who
it's
cooks
tender
it.
than yeah, it's like a baby lobster. Lobster is more I don't like the texture of lobster. It's like a rubbery kind of yeah,
Yeah,
crawfish isn't
yeah.
anything like lobster.
So it's tougher.
No, it's not. I
Yeah,
won't
So it's
eat
not
lobster.
okay.
No,
go
So
I
ahead.
won't.
it's not tough. It's not rubbery. So what is it?
Mm,
It's like a mini lobster, but it's not.
I
Yes,
know, but what's the
exactly,
texture?
Gray.
It's like you. Is
It
it
like
like
it kind of melts
mushy?
in your mouth. No, it kind of melts in your mouth. Like you can just can't you just like you guys that ball crawfish? You can kind
that
of just
bitch,
like melt
no,
it in your
I'm
mouth,
not saying it.
huh?
I don't
I
know.
was talking to White Little Baby.
Oh,
Hey,
it's
the
like a
first time I
fancy.
heard I haven't heard crawfish ever until I watched True Detective season 1, and they went to see Buddy because I watched that like 100 times. My favorite season of anything.
Okay,
But they were in Louisiana. He was like, "We don't see no many people like you around here." And he had all the crawfish and shit, and I was like, "Holy fuck, man, that's like real shit." They fish in the river for crawfish. Like they fish up here, but they go way out in the ocean to fish. Like way out in the ocean to fish. Like you're fishing. I don't know why I always remember that, but True Detective is how I know crawfish.
okay.
Yeah,
Well, y'all making me more homesick. That's the thing I miss the most is ball crawfish. So can we like go back to Idaho for?
wait. Okay, so wait, Carrie, did you change your picture? Okay, and Carrie says a Lori Vallow trial isn't being televised. Is that true? I was looking forward to it and follow. Carrie, honestly, I don't know if they're going to do it or not because at first they said they were, then they said they wasn't. The families are wanting it televised, so I don't think they've actually
Chad,
came out and said yes or no.
Chad wants it, and Lori doesn't want it.
And I know
I
that
don't think it should be televised because of the children that were involved. I think, and that's a tough one. I wouldn't want to.
JJ's grandparents,
Such
they
a
wanted,
brutal case.
yeah, it is. But I know that JJ's grandparents are wanting it televised, and then Tammy's family, uh, they can't afford to come up to Idaho from Utah for every court appearance. So JJ's grandparents said that that was another reason why it needs to be televised. That way, the families who, when they're not able to make it to court, they
Yeah,
can
that makes
still
sense.
watch it and stuff like that.
That
I
makes
mean,
sense.
that's like a super high profile case too, though.
Yeah, that's a bad one. That's
Mm-hmm.
a
So
that's a real bad one.
I can tell you right now that I don't have a background in law, but I'm 90% sure that they will not change that between now and when trial starts. They won't have a motion to televise it again. Like what's done is done. Like in my opinion, it's too close to trial to change that.
Yeah, I don't know. It's all about the
So
state and the laws and all that stuff. Like I said, we don't have that stuff up in Canada. We don't get nothing televised. Like we
I
see
don't
your
really
stuff
care if we
televised,
get
but
discovery, but I care about the trial.
yeah, it's good to see it all laid out and stuff. And I agree. Like we don't see trials up here. We see your trials. Like we got Court TV, we can see all your trials, but our trials aren't televised and they're very kept in the dark. I guess you would say, like from the public.
Mm-hmm.
But
Well, I
yeah,
would think
I got Core TV, so Core TV's always crazy. So
this case would get televised though, due to the nature of it.
Wait, which
It's
one,
not.
BK's or Lori's?
BK.
Oh, yeah. I
oh
would.
yeah, that's gonna
In
get
my
televised
opinion,
100%.
I don't think
That's gonna
so.
get televised. That's gonna get televised 100% because like it's probably the biggest case since OJ. I'd say that and Alex Murdoch, and they put his trial up there, so I think they're gonna put like the Idaho 4 is probably the biggest case in the last how many years would you say? Probably since OJ maybe, or
Well,
was
no,
it?
wait a minute. You had that shooter that was up in the hotel shooting at this concert. So
Yeah,
Oh, that was in Vegas, wasn't it? Is that the
yeah.
one you're
don't
talking
But he
about?
matter.
died. He died. There was no trial. He died.
Yeah.
He got shot. There was no trial. There was no nothing.
But you can't say that though because Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell is a very high profile case that just because
No,
Mm-hmm.
it
it,
wasn't
it,
for
it is,
victims.
but it's because of the victims and how old they are and stuff like that. That's very like traumatic things for the public to hear about what they actually did and
Lori
they,
Vallow killed her children who were 15 and
yeah,
7.
Yep. I
yeah,
mean,
she
they've
did.
done put it out what they did to him. It was put out how JJ's body was found. It was put out how Tylee was found and all that.
They dug them up on the property, right?
Yeah, it was
Yes.
on Chad's property.
Yeah, which the uncle was involved in that with the motel and stuff, and there's
Mm-hmm.
a bunch of fucking yeah. Yeah. I
Yeah.
don't know how people can do something like that. It just blows my mind, like how you can be that insane to do something like that to a child or anything
Well,
like
Lori
that.
is
But
off her rocker though.
well, she
I
got to be.
can't believe
She has to be to do something like that or agree to it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the Darlene Rotier case. I don't know what you guys think about that, but like with I Darlene Rotier stabbed her own
Oh,
kids to death.
thank you. El Guapo sent you a super sticker.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it pulled up here. I'm chasing it down in chat. Hold on one second. Oh, Guapo, thank you so much for that super sticker. That was very nice of you.
They still talking about crawfish in the chat, making me drool and shit like that. Come on now, y'all.
I
Why y'all
I
doing this
I
to
know.
me?
I know.
It's that
I'm right here
it's
in
that good.
Louisiana. Hey,
Is that good?
oh,
Holy shit!
wait.
Turquoise. The vape that I'm smoking right now is Banana Kush and it tastes just like bananas.
Wow. Sativa or indica?
Sativa.
I can't do that. I like indica. I can't do sativa.
I usually like indica.
Sativa's too strong for me.
I used to like indica, however, after having long-term C word, um, I, I I'm sleepy from the fatigue already, so the indica makes it worse, and I just sleep all day. But I don't
Okay.
like that they separated the trials because
I don't
the
either.
prosecution didn't want to separate the trials because it was going to be too expensive to have the same witnesses, the same experts, and time and another jury. They're gonna have to get two juries now and all this and that. And I don't understand the reasoning. I don't remember the reason why they separated them. But what are you talking about? New DNA? What are you talking about?
Wait, what now?
Did you say something about new evidence or new DNA or
Oh,
something?
yes, something about that's the reason why they severed the the trials because some new DNA evidence came up, and that's why Lori something to do with her speedy trial thing or whatever, and then they decided they're gonna schedule Chad's at a later date.
Yeah,
Which
because
it's crazy because, like you said, it's going to be all these witnesses are going to have to be called again for Chad's. All the evidence is basically the same for both of them, so all that's got to be, uh, you know, brought back out. The families have to go through it again, so it's just it's putting these families through it over and over and over.
What does the DNA matter though? Like it was all planned. Like they pretty much
Yeah,
yeah,
I
I
don't
don't know
even know
knew
what
what
the
the
that.
DNA.
Yeah, I don't know what the DNA even is. It like they literally just got it here recently, the way I understood it.
Okay, but that doesn't change the fact that like everything else that happened around it with her planning with her brother, I guess, with it and all that stuff and like everything they accumulated. Why is DNA even like a question right now? Because she obviously didn't kill them herself, but she planned on it, so it's just as worse. So
Yeah.
why is
Yeah, she
DNA
was the
even being?
mastermind.
Don't help. You're just as a polar bear, and
What is it, Judy?
I said it gives me a kick because she's going over there and getting the stuff, everything ready, and then later on, I'll see what else they have to offer.
Who?
The lawyers and stuff.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what this new evidence is either. White Widow Baby. I don't understand why after all these years it's coming out.
Yeah, Princess. But you know what, Scarlett? I was thinking, I wonder if they would televise chats. Because now that it's going to be two separate trials, the judge can rule that the chats be televised because he's the
Right.
one that wanted it televised. Lori didn't want it televised. So maybe we can get to see Chad's trial
I
whenever
mean,
that
yeah,
was.
because they're saying it's supposed to be all the same evidence. So yeah, I mean, maybe so. If we don't get to see hers, we'll still get to see the evidence in his.
Do you think the
Hopefully so,
DNA
yeah.
evidence could have been from somebody else there, like somebody that we haven't even like talked about or like connected to that whole thing? You think that's what the DNA is of somebody else, like not them, but somebody
Um,
else that was?
I don't know, cause see, they're going after Chad for his first wife, Tammy's death, also,
Mhm.
and they had to exhume her body, and then like the day after they did that, Lori's brother, the family hitman, so mysteriously died.
Yeah,
So I'm wondering
yeah.
if the DNA has something to do with hers or with her part of the case, but also possibly have something to do with Tali and JJ's as well, or if it's strictly just Tali and JJ. Like I'm curious what this DNA or is it something that he can go against Lori
I don't
or
know. I
whatever?
think we know what happened, and I don't think there's anything new evidence that has came out now after 3 years, unless Lori or Chad spoke about something.
Agree.
But
Hmm.
I did wanna. Gray said, "How dumb is that, Barry, who you married on your own property?" But we have to remember, he was a grave digger. Like, I
Yep.
think Lori was the
Yeah,
mastermind. Alex did it, and then Chad dug dug a hole and buried them because he's done that for a living, so he knows what he's doing to maybe mask. You know what I
Hmm.
mean?
Yeah.
Whatever. So
Yeah. I think that I think whatever Lori said, Chad and Alex did. No matter what,
yeah,
she could have told them to go jump off the highest mountain in the world, and they would have climbed that thing and jumped off of it. So,
One time around church, it's gonna be whatever too.
okay, I think Judy's going to sleep. Oh, JC, I do too. See, they have more murders than the Murdochs. Couldn't spell that right. Okay, I'm just trying to catch up in chat real quick to y'all because I got behind when I got kicked off a minute ago.
Mhm.
Let's see. And the whole talking about zombies, about the kids being zombies and people being number this and number that and the
it's
lightness
stupid.
and darkness and all that. It's just Lori is just
Foolishness.
crazy.
It's just foolishness. That stuff people call lizard people. Like it's just crazy. Like people believe in this stuff.
Yeah.
It
what
is. It's
bothers
crazy.
me the most about Lori Vallow is when she goes to court and like the only emotion she has is like a smart aleck.
Oh,
You
I
know what
hate
I
this.
mean? Like
The
with
smile
the
is what it is.
yeah. She's all like happy and smirking and
Well, that's
all that.
like, I think it was the first court appearance that she had when they got her back to Idaho from Hawaii. And JJ's grandparents were sitting in the
Yes.
courtroom, and she looked dead ass in their face as she was
And my
walking by
yeah.
them and smiled.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember that.
I just,
Yeah.
all I know is Kay is a better woman than I am.
Yes. Absolutely. I don't know if I could contain myself in that situation.
Exactly.
Like,
I think Kay's
yeah,
just like, you know what, karma's gonna get her. I just want
Mhm.
yes,
her out of my life, and you know what I mean. Let me
absolutely.
grieve my grandson.
Okay, so Alley Cattails in chat said it's all gonna be blamed on Alex Cox. Yeah, I mean, because he's not here no longer to defend himself. So
No,
Chad and Lori could both blame him, be like, "Hey, we didn't have nothing to do with it. You
no,
know,
But
he
they
they
did
got
can't
it."
do
text
that.
messages. They
They
got
can't
text
do that.
messages and phone records. They got
Yeah,
text
well,
They
yeah,
messages
have
and
that's
phone
true.
Alex.
records.
That
Yep,
is
they
true.
have Alex's phone records. They can't do that.
Yeah, they can try, but
Yeah.
they got text messages and phone records and text back and forth through Glory and Chad, and they can try that, but it's not going to work. So
Let's see. Have you ever tried crawfish shells frozen from Walmart? Yes, Simple Butterfly, I have, but we only use those usually if we're doing like a gumbo or like etouffee or something like that. Um, during the off season, we'll do them.
Sinful butterfly, they're already cooked for one. For two, do not rinse them. What's on them is flavoring that you will need.
Right?
You just
Yeah.
need to, however you want to eat them, just put them in there and heat them up. They're
Heat
already
them up,
cooked.
and you can put them in a skillet with butter and just kind of like
oh yeah,
saute them down a little bit, and it'll be good like that too.
so you guys got crab down there?
Yeah, down
Blue crab.
on the Gulf Coast. Yeah.
Okay,
That's where I'm
crab,
from.
shrimp. What about shrimp?
Yep. Yep. You can get the shrimp straight off the boats from down there. Cameron.
I
I know you
used
can
to
in
go
Cameron and
shrimping.
all that. I don't know about the other uh, Stone Gator. Can you get them from like New Orleans area and all that off the
I
boats?
used to go shrimping. I used to go
You went
shrimping
shrimping
myself in the Gulf. Yeah.
with Bubba Gump?
Yeah, I was bub gump. I got some shrimp gumbo,
Oh,
shrimp
you got some shrimp.
jambalaya.
What about scallops? You guys know anything about scallops?
Scallops?
Mm,
No.
no, I don't think. Do we
Scallops.
have scallops here?
I've never heard of it
Scallops are
down
good.
here, down there.
I don't think we do.
They're amazing. They're amazing.
We got
People wrap
oysters,
them in
not
bacon.
scallops.
What about mussels and clams?
We have oysters.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got oysters
We
too.
have They have like clams and stuff, I think, like down by Grand Isle or whatever at the beach, maybe. But
Yeah,
other than
probably.
that, yeah.
Yeah, we got a lot of cold water stuff up here, so our water's cold. It ain't like down there. Like fuck, it's cold. It's cold here all year round. Like when I went to Cuba, it was amazing. Like the water was so warm. Like our water ain't that warm.
Okay.
El
Yeah.
Guapo said he has crabs.
Who said
Red
that?
Lobster has scallops. Does Red Lobster in Louisiana sell scallops?
Yeah. It's not like a location thing. It's like a not
Seasonal.
a franchise thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like what kind of fish do you guys have? Like when it comes to like actual fish, like you got.
We have salt water and we have fresh water.
Freshwater. Let's see.
Well, yeah,
Freshwater. If you want freshwater, you've got bass, catfish, you've got brim.
Fillet, perch.
Yeah, a lot of people
we
call
got perch
perch
up here.
crappie.
Yeah, we
What
don't
else
fuck
we
with
got?
perch up here.
Let's see. What else we got in freshwater?
Salmon.
No, we don't have
No,
salmon.
we don't have that.
And salt water, we have redfish, speckled trout, drum, black drum, um, of course the sharks and stuff. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, I don't know any of that. We got mackerel. We got tuna.
well,
We
we have
got.
all that too in the ocean, like way out in the Gulf of Mexico. We don't have that inland.
Yeah, but you guys are right. Louisiana's on the Gulf of Mexico, is it? Is it not?
Yeah. Yeah,
Yes,
it
but
is. But
there's a
you have
different.
to go like way out though, so
Yeah,
to get to those.
Okay.
we have
Okay.
inland waters, which is the bayous and the lakes that
And the
we also
marsh
fish
and
in. Yeah. And then
yeah.
we have the Gulf of Mexico, which is we call off land. Well, not inland, off land.
Offshore,
Yeah,
stuff
offshore.
like that.
Thank you.
And if
Offshore
I'm not
fishing.
mistaken, out where hold on, can't you catch? Hold on, I'm asking Charles something. Out where the oil rigs are out in the Gulf, y'all can catch different fish and stuff out there, can't
Speckled
y'all?
trout.
Uh,
Speckled trout.
what all is out there?
Excuse me.
I was asking what can you catch around the oil rigs. He's gonna tell me everything in the ocean.
Nothing you want to eat.
He's being a smart ass. He
I
said,
know we used to go get speckled trouts by the rigs.
Rich, have a good night.
I wouldn't eat nothing near the oil rigs at all, ever.
I mean, we grew up on stuff like that. We're kind of immune to it.
Yeah.
But I mean, they fish off the rigs out there and everything. And he said there's, what did you say? Redfish? Okay, redfish, red snapper, drum,
That's what I
sharks.
said for the salt water. Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
I said.
So
Speckled trout.
and really, I mean, the rigs. I don't know. They're pretty good weight. They're several miles out there
Yeah.
from
We got them
from
too.
the beaches. You can still see them from the beaches though.
And
But
then
they're
Really?
still right there, Scarlet, right there, you wouldn't catch mackerel and tuna and all that. You
mm-mm.
would still have to go
Oh
further
yeah,
out.
that's like deep ocean, deep water. Yeah.
It's cold. They're cold. Well, mackerel's like cold water. I don't know how far down south they go. Tuna, I don't know. Like tuna probably goes everywhere. Because the tuna they catch here, they sell to China and Japan. Because there's so much of it, and I don't know. It's like a big thing over there. Like with sushi and stuff. Do you guys eat sushi?
No.
No.
Wait, do we eat what
Okay.
now?
Eat sushi.
Sushi.
Yeah,
Sushi.
but the only time I've ate it is from the Chinese restaurant. That's it.
No, Japanese. Japanese.
No, I've never ate.
Chinese don't eat sushi.
Well, at my Chinese restaurant, they have sushi, or that's what they
Okay.
say it is. I hope it's sushi
Um,
because that's what they're advertising it as. Whatever it is good. It just says sushi.
Emerald Queen is reminding you about the light pictures.
Okay, yeah. As soon as I end it here in a few minutes, I'm gonna take a look at your thing, Emerald Queen, and then not Simple Butterfly, King Scarlet. I've gotta email her. I gotta make myself another note.
And
Um,
email Vapor.
yeah, I've got. Where did I had a note for that? Where did my note go? That's probably how I forgot it the other night because Judy said I wrote a note, and I probably lost it. I'll make another note. Okay. So, all right. So
Sushi.
Emerald Queen. I'm writing myself a note.
Sushi is just whatever you want rolled up in a roll with rice and seaweed.
Yeah,
A lot
I
of
guess.
it comes with like raw stuff. You can get like octopus or whatever, but some of it is raw and some of it's not.
Yeah, it depends on how you want it, but like I like my favorite is the sweet potato like Mackie roll. That's my favorite with the spicy mayo.
Good night, that bitch. I hope you have a good night despite what just happened.
See, in case me time out. $60. Okay, thank you, that bitch. And I didn't even see what happened. I'll have to go back and read it.
Oh,
What time
El
is it there in
Guapo went
Louisiana?
after her.
It is 2:53 a.m.
Okay, you guys are 2 hours behind me.
It's 1:53 in Arizona where I live now.
Oh, I got to get to Arizona sometime too. Arizona, Phoenix, preferably.
Gray, some of it is raw and some of it's not. You just have to see what kind it is. 'Cause don't they have do the spring rolls have raw fish? I don't
No,
think they do.
spring rolls are different. Spring rolls are Chinese, like the spring rolls are like vegetable, and it's rolled in this sort of, I don't know what you call it, some sort of skin,
Yeah,
and you
that's
can
what
have
we're
it raw.
talking
You could have it raw or deep fried, whatever your preference is.
I don't know, but I
So
ate the hell out of some egg rolls from the Chinese restaurant. So,
you guys got egg rolls there?
oh my god, egg rolls are awesome.
Wow, I'm surprised
Yes.
because like in Canada, like I live in Nova Scotia. When we leave Nova Scotia, like in Canada, like we can't get good egg rolls or even egg rolls, period, unless they're from like the grocery store.
Yeah, my husband actually bought me a big box that has like 8 egg rolls in it. Oh my god, they are so good. I'd much
Like
rather
from
have
the
them from
store?
a yeah, they're from the grocery
Okay.
store. He gets them in a box, but I would rather go to an actual Chinese restaurant and eat
No, that's
them.
not. Those aren't real egg rolls. Like Nova Scotia is famous for egg rolls because
Hmm.
the Chinese people that are here. It's not actual Chinese food. It's like Canadian Chinese food. But Donairs, look up Donair.
Okay, so it's like
Like
authentic Chinese food then. What you're saying?
no, no, it's not because it's like I went to school with the people from China and stuff, and they're like, that's not authentic food. That's Canadian Chinese food. And as I grew older and stuff, I realized that like they're right. So like the east coast of Canada, like Nova Scotia, PEI, Newfoundland, like we have like a different kind of Chinese food than most people. So we have egg rolls here, and we got spring rolls, but they're you can't like I went all throughout this country and like I couldn't find like Chinese like here. It's weird, and I couldn't
Oh
find
well.
Donairs anywhere. Like look up Donair, Donair.
Okay.
So we're famous for basically a lot of junk food, but it's so good. Like
Junk food is
pizza.
good.
What's that?
I said junk food is good.
Junk food is very good until you get older and you can't get the weight off you. Like I'm hard on myself because I was an athlete, so now I'm older and like fuck man, I
Yeah.
struggle because I love food, I love eating. So
Shannon, I can't remember if I've said hi to you tonight, but if I haven't, I do apologize. I'm trying to see. Hey, EF, how are you? So I make egg rolls with chicken and veggies. Takes forever to wrap them and then fry. I would love to have homemade egg rolls.
okay, well you gotta
Station.
check out like Donair from here. Put in Donair, Nova Scotia, and then put in egg rolls, Nova Scotia. Like the egg rolls you get at the store, they're not egg rolls at all.
Yeah.
They're not even close.
Yeah,
They're
but they're
more
still
closer.
good.
They're good. They're more closer to a spring roll though, which is spring rolls like filled with like shredded like um carrot and bean sprouts and all that stuff. And I like spring rolls too, but egg rolls are a little different here. I actually had a friend in Montreal, which is like 12 hours up north from me. And I actually had to like freeze some and send them up there because they don't even have that up there. Because the Chinese food in this part of the town is different. But
Hmm.
I'm not saying it's better or worse. I'm just saying it's different. Like I craved it when I went away.
What I'm
about. When
trying to
I'm
think what you would call that is wrap like the wrap part of the egg roll. Because Crime Crazy is asking what is an egg roll because she's from Australia, so like they have completely different food than we have. But Crime Crazy, it's shredded like what we can buy in the store here. It's basically just shredded cabbage and like shredded carrots, different vegetables in it, and then it's wrapped. I don't know if it would be considered dough that it's wrapped in and then
Yeah,
fried.
yeah. I don't know
Um,
what the wrap is, but it's really, really thin. It's
and
white and really,
crispy,
really thin. Well,
right?
it's crispy if you deep fry it, but some people eat it like just with the wrap. And anyway,
Hmm.
no, you got to deep. But that's a spring. What you just uh, described was a more of a spring roll. An egg roll here is just meat. So it's like
Oh, okay.
it's got the coating on top, the crispy coating on top, and inside it's like a meat and it's pork. They grind the pork down and they cook it and stuff, and you would never know it's pork if you ate it. It's more like looks more like hamburger, but it's like really like mushed up meat. But man, it's really good.
I think here we can get chicken or pork egg rolls with the cabbage and the shredded vegetables and all
They have
that.
shrimp too.
Oh, see, I gotta find the shrimp ones.
Yeah, you can get that stuff here too. Like it's all frozen. You go to Walmart, you can buy stuff in a box. And
Yeah, yeah, that's what
yeah,
I got ours from. It's a Brookshire's grocery store. Uh, but it's like a box of 8 of them. But they're really good though, even if they did come from the store.
no, they're good. They're
Yeah,
good, but they're not actual like it's like having a pizza from like a box and saying good pizza, but like unless you have a like a real pizza that's homemade or like from a place that's like can make really good like homemade pizza, it's not pizza. So
yeah.
like I'm a big pizza guy and it's really good here. And again, when I went through Canada, West and all over, they didn't have good pizza anywhere. Like it was like here's like pizza is like one of the biggest things.
Yeah, we have, as far as pizza, we've got Pizza Hut, Domino's, Little Caesars. What else we got in Louisiana for pizza? Oh hell, I can't. I don't. We can't even get a pizza
You don't
delivered
have
where I live at. We have to like
you
literally
don't
drive.
have like any you don't have any like homemade places like families like Lebanese families or anything like that that put
No,
like oh
no. I
I
mean,
love pizza.
we have like a place called Johnny's Pizza, which is like it's a family owned franchise type thing, but it's still like a pizza restaurant like Burger King or not Burger King, Pizza Hut
fast
and stuff
food.
like that. It's not. It's nothing like authentic homemade pizzas that just a family works in. It's no, we don't have anything like that here.
Okay.
Werewolf Queen, thank you so much for that super chat. She says, "Spoil your mods, they deserve it." Well, thank you. Now I don't know about in South Louisiana. Stone Gator would know more about that since she's from down there. But up here where I'm at, uh, we don't have anything like that.
Like what, the
Are
pizza
you
place?
Yeah, he's asking.
closer?
Yeah.
Are you
We have
closer
a
to
lot of
like what?
mom and pop pizza places.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Or am
like
I what now?
you're like closer to like the north of Louisiana than like you're closer to the north than the south, like
Yeah, I
the
would be
Gulf.
considered the northwest part of Louisiana.
So what's
And I
right
would be
above you?
South Central.
Right
Like
above
ten?
me is going to be Arkansas. To the left of me would be Texas. I'm like up in
Oh
that
wow.
corner. And where Stone Gator's from, she's like way down south.
So you live in the boonies then, basically.
Yeah,
I'm from
I live in the middle of the woods where I live
and
at.
Fuck
I
that,
live
man.
by the park.
I can't do that. I can't do the woods. Especially up here where there's bears and shit. I can't do the woods.
Yeah, we don't have bears here, so
We have black bears in South Louisiana.
I mean, I think there's some in Kisatchie National Forest, but I don't think we don't have a lot in it.
I just don't like the woods. Like I grew up in the city, so like when I went to New York and Boston and all those places, I loved it. You can't take a city guy and put him in the woods. It won't work. It doesn't
I
work.
hate the city. Oh my god. I grew up in the
Oh,
country.
I love it.
So,
I can't sleep without noise. Like I gotta have an app with noise on it because I grew up next to a rail yard, so
yeah.
I need that noise to sleep. The first time I was ever in complete silence, I was like 25 with my girlfriend. We were where her family was from in the country, and I was like, I could not sleep. I was like, this is fucked up. I'm not good with the woods. I'm not good at all. I don't like the woods, period.
Yeah, I love it here. I mean, literally you don't hear nothing but crickets and a train once a night. Uh,
Evidently,
Yeah,
I fall asleep to crickets chirping.
that's too
uh
isolated for me. That's way too
King
isolated for me.
King Scarlet, I believe that show Pitbulls and Prolies is in New Orleans now, ain't it?
Yeah.
I think so. Hey, Dino, how are you? Okay, I don't mind the city, but I definitely prefer to be in the woods. I had to get the city today. I hate it.
No,
Oh my
I
god.
hate the woods, man. I hate the woods. Draw me
I
in
went
Beijing and
from
I'll be good.
I went from living in the swamp to living in the second biggest city in Arizona,
Which is what?
it, Tucson.
Oh, Tucson, right? Yeah, that'd
Um,
be like I would enjoy Arizona because it's dry and it's hot and it doesn't snow, and that'd be good for me.
yeah, it's like high humidity, and
Yeah, yeah,
I
I don't
don't know
like
how to
humidity.
even explain the heat that we have here.
Yeah,
Horrible
Well,
heat.
I
let
don't.
me just tell you this. When I moved here from Louisiana and the heat, my fingers cracked, my lips cracked. Like
From it being
I had
dry.
to, yeah, because my body
Mm.
was so used to the moisture and the humidity from Louisiana that when I came here, my body just dried up. That
Yeah,
literally
so
happened.
no arthritis. Like humidity gives arthritis, like you're dry and stuff like that. But yeah, with Louisiana, like the humidity's bad here in August. I can't imagine it down there. Can't
Oh, it's
imagine it.
horrible here. Like it was so hot last summer that just walking out my front door, you could hardly breathe. It's so bad.
Mine
So you got
was
air
you
conditioning.
couldn't walk out the front door with like if I put makeup on, if I opened my front door and to step out, my makeup
That
was
shit goes to
melting
running.
off.
Yeah.
By the time I got to my car, it was already gone.
Yep. It
Why
gets
put
really
it on
bad
then?
here.
There's no point in putting it on if it's gonna go that quick.
Right.
Yep, there's two.
I
Yeah,
wouldn't bother putting it on.
it's really like it was over 100 degrees here last summer in some
100
days.
degrees is what though? Like you're in Fahrenheit, I'm in Celsius, so
Oh
like
shit.
100 degrees is like 100 degrees is like 50, I
Oh,
think.
yeah,
Yeah, 50.
probably like that. When
Yeah,
I was
you
in
guys
Louisiana, I
say
thought I was
Carolyn,
going to die from the at Tonka. It's horrible down here.
stop
yeah,
crying. It's 110 plus here in the summer.
I know. I remember White Widow Baby telling me how hot it was. Like, yeah, but it's like y'all's heat though is different from ours. Ours you just can't breathe in. Now I
yeah.
know once the dust gets stirred up in Arizona, it's probably bad too. But
Not in the city. They don't have too many dust
no
storms in the
dust
city.
storms.
But
Yeah, it.
here, I will tell you, yeah, I put makeup on here and went walk 2 miles, came back and my makeup looked the same as when I left.
Yeah, here
If
it don't
that
do that.
tells you the difference.
Yeah,
I
it
take the dry heat. I'll take the dry heat any day. And it's not there. We got snow here. Like it's not as bad as when I was a kid, but we got snow here right now. And I hate the winter time. I hate it. I don't like winter. Like I like
I
the
live
sun. I
in the
like
desert and it snowed twice in a month. It snowed the other day and it snowed like a couple of weeks before that in the desert. Come on now.
yeah,
Oh
well,
yeah, that's right. It did snow out there. Yeah, we haven't had a
that's
snow
crazy.
since 20 February 2021 is last time it snowed here.
Really.
And you know what's
Yeah.
crazy? The last time it snowed here was when I lived here in 2019 with my ex.
Hmm.
So both times that it snowed here, I lived here, but I'm from like my whole life I lived in Louisiana except those 2 years, and both years is when it snowed here. It loves me.
But it don't stay with you guys. It stays up here. And it's
Yeah,
cold.
I
Like
hate snow.
the
I
wind
hate
chill was
snow
like
and
minus
ice.
41.
There's somebody down
Yes, I hate it. I'm so sick of
Hold up.
winter.
Did you say minus 41?
Yeah,
there. Oh God, I would die.
What
but
kind of
not your not Fahrenheit,
Yeah, there's
yeah,
Celsius.
Celsius up there.
yeah, I'm about
That's
to
a
look
wind
it up.
that's a wind chill, but it was just that one day that it was that cold with the but today was actually pretty good.
Oh wow, I don't like cold weather either. So,
I hate
California
it.
to the
I'm
Gulf
Me
and
neither.
South Texas.
I'm sick of it. I'm sick of cold weather. Like you know.
Okay, so Ava says she went from California to the Gulf in South Texas. I'll take 110 in California over 90 in Texas any day. Yeah, I mean, Texas weather is just like what we have here. It's brutal
What
during
part
the
of Texas?
summer.
What part of
Party.
Texas though? Central,
So
like north?
She said down on the Gulf Coast, so South Texas.
Yeah, that's humidity right there.
Yep.
That's
For,
humidity. Humidity. Like I like heat, but I don't like humidity.
yeah, it's like I said, it was so bad here last year you couldn't even breathe when you went outside.
So everybody's got air conditioners down there where you're at.
Oh yes, I literally have I have 2 window units plus a central air unit.
Holy shit, that's a lot.
Yeah, because it gets that hot. Like in my room right now, I have a window unit and a fan in here because it gets so hot.
Like right now though, at this time of year.
It's 67. I don't have it running right now, but it got up to like 82 here today. So it's
So
already
82.
yeah, it's already started warming up down here. And I don't think it's supposed to get back cold weather for the rest of the year. I think it's already because when is first day of spring? The first day of spring is the 20th of March.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, 20th or 21st.
Ours is the 20th.
Do you guys celebrate St. Patty's Day down there?
Yes, that is the 17th. So that's
Yeah,
next Friday.
yeah, it is. It's big here in Canada, and Nova Scotia, and Quebec and stuff. Huge,
Yeah.
actually. Like it's it's on a Friday this year, and it's going to be so crazy because it's I haven't seen it on a Friday in a long time, but there's going to be drunk people like everywhere. like like I don't know.
That's how it is here during Mardi Gras.
Yeah, yeah, Marty.
Same
So
thing.
we don't have a parade for St. Patty's Day, but Montreal has a huge one, like huge. But people down here just use an excuse to get loaded, and like the bars open. They basically don't close, but they open at 5, like the Irish bars, and then people go in and they all day long and all day, all night they drink. So
Yeah.
that's what it's like here. So
all
that's
right,
gonna be fun.
Scarlett, I'm gonna drop. So I'll be in chat till you end it, but I'm gonna drop. So y'all have a good day and thanks for having me out.
Okay. Thank you for
Oh,
coming up.
have a good night, not a good day. Bye.
All right. Have a good night. Yeah, I'm probably fixing to end it here anyway. It's already after 3 o'clock
Okay.
here.
Well, thank you for talking to me. That was awesome.
Oh,
You made my
you're welcome. Thank you for coming up and hanging out with us. And anytime you're in chat, and I'm sorry you were sitting backstage for so long. I was
Oh, I
looking at
don't
something
listen. I
else,
don't
and
listen. It was okay. I'm so happy that I got to talk to you guys, and it was a lot of fun. And I was just chilling, like listening to you guys, so it's not a big deal.
okay. Well,
So,
yeah. Anytime you're in chat and you want to come up and hang out with us, you're more than welcome to.
all right, sounds good.
All right.
You
Well,
have
have a
you
good
have a good
night.
night. You
All
too.
right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye. Okay. Judy is probably. Judy, are you awake? Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and kick her. All right, y'all. So I'm fixing to get out of here, so I can go to bed. Wait, what a baby! I kicked her because I had her muted and then I unmuted her to see if she was awake, and she wasn't. So, but yeah, I'm fixing to get out of here. It's like after 3 o'clock, so I can go to bed. What's today? Today's the 10th, so we don't have any birthdays today. We'll have another one. We have one 11th, 12th, and 13th. So I'm fixing to get out of here. Thank you all so much for coming and hanging out with me tonight. Tonka, you and Moondale have a wonderful night. Emerald Queen, you have a good night as well. Stone Gator, I will talk to you later. King Scarlet, if you're still in here, I will get back to you here in just a few minutes. And Emerald Queen, I'll get back to you as well. So I'm about to get here. I love you all. Thank you all for coming and hanging out with us tonight. I hope you all have a wonderful night, and I will see y'all tomorrow.